Good morning. Today's date is Monday, December 17th, 2018. Another great day the Lord gave us. My name is Carrick Williams. I'm the owner of Carrick Williams Photography, LLC, located at 811 Hickory Glen Drive in Sefner, Florida, 33584. We are a certified DBE, MBE, and SBE firm. Our client today is AllState Construction, and they're located in Tampa. Their address is 4509 North Nebraska Avenue. The project manager and main contact for this job is Mr. Zooey Kale, and the project superintendent who's here today with me is Mr. Barry Westlake. Both these gentlemen's information will be on the screen during this presentation. Today's project is located in Hernando County, and it is the Hernando County High School HVAC replacement. That's the name of the project. The school is located at 919 North Broad Street in Brooksville, Florida. This project is divided into 5 phases over a 12 to 14 month period of time. We have previously been out here and we recorded phase 1 and phase 2. And today we're recording phase 3. The only difference in the scheduled plan is building number 29, which was scheduled to be recorded in phase 5 later on in the year, has been moved up to phase 2. We have completed phase 1 and 2 already, but we're going to record building 29 today in phase 3. We are also going to be recording building number 14. And those are the 2 buildings we're doing for today. So to be clear, the job we're doing today is a pre-construction video, which is to video record the pre-existing conditions of the site before they're disturbed or worked on. We have to note that building 29, because it was moved up into phase 2, already has some work being done to it. So we'll look around that. We will make a special note when we get there, but we'll record everything else inside and outside of both buildings from this point on. Okay, that's it. Let's get going. Good morning. We're going to start the recording now. We are on the north side of building number 14. This is the Culinary Arts Center building. We're on the north side. We're looking south. This is we're going to do the inside of the building first because it's all locked up. I don't have any keys, so we're going to go inside the main door. That's all you can see open right ahead of us here. Again, I'm in the north side. I'm going to go in this north door and go into the kitchen area and record that first. We're going to start on the outside of this. As you notice, this is room number 14-001. It's a double door. Looking at the outside of that door, we'll notice that it's in good condition. Just some wear. Before we go inside this room, we're going to look to our left, which is toward the east. And there's another door here, and there's no number on that door. We're going to notice the outside of the wall area and the door area. There is some minor paint chipping on the bottom left or north side of the door. There is just above the handle, about face high, or I'd say about 5 or 5.5 feet high. The door, there is an area that there was a lock on that's been removed. No additional damage is shown. We're going to go inside that door. We've already got that door open for us. As you walk in that door, we're going to look straight ahead. This is I guess a concession area maybe where they sell food for the games or something. Looking to my right or to the south. From the condition of the wall, the floor. Notice there's a stain on the floor with no damage. There's a window, no damage. We're going to walk around this room. I'm walking in toward the east. and showing the equipment sink area. Note there is some minor damage in the corner. Looking around at the cabinets in the sink, I noticed that the first cabinet has is uneven, is not sealed correctly. You can also see there's a screw holding in the covering for the cabinets. The second set of cabinets also, again, is not closing equally. It's uneven. Again, no damage. We're seeing some minor things like some holes in the walls where screws have been, but again, there's no damage. Looking at the overhead door, I'm turning around now toward the north. I can see where there's a wet area or wasn't wet area, and you see that it looks like some mold may have been there, maybe there. I'm going to back out. Notice the sign says that the refrigerator door does not open, does not close completely. To please keep the chair in front of it. The bottom handle you see is missing. There's a crack in the north wall between the refrigerator and there's like maybe a drain line or a power line. I can't tell from here. That crack runs from close to the floor, up the wall, just past the return air. We'll note also that at the top of the ceiling in the same area, again I'm facing north, looking north, you see a crack in the concrete block. You also see just a little bit west of that, you'll see where the concrete block has been wet and stained. I'm heading now toward the door we just came in. Now I'm facing west. I will note that the bottom of the door stop doesn't look like a piece is missing or something. Where is it here? Let's back up. Here it is. The door itself is in good condition. We'll note that there is some water or liquid staining on the door from about the top just past halfway. We're going to head outside this room. Before I leave, I just want to make some quick notes that there are some cracks in the concrete on this floor. To my left, which is the north, in the middle, there's some minor cracks in the concrete floor. We're now going to go inside that room, which is 14-001. Making special note that we are locking the door we just came out of. It is now locked. Okay, we're now inside the kitchen area. This is the culinary center. We're going to look back where we just came from. This is the door we just came in. I'm looking north at this double door. I'll note at the very bottom, there are, hold on a second here. There is some damage at the very bottom of the door, on the left side, which is the west side at the bottom. Ceiling tiles are in good condition. Again, looking north, I'm seeing that the blinds are not completely closed. It could be because they're just not spread out completely. Then at the bottom of the door again, on the right side, which is the east side, same type of damage. Looks like it could be moisture damage. Going up the wall. We're going to walk around and look at the north wall first. I'm going to walk toward the east through the maze of equipment here. This is the first sink we get to on the north wall. There's maybe a prep table or stainless steel table of some sort. There is some staining on the floor. I'm going to note that there's a column protruding out. It's a light switch. There's a wall protruding out, the north wall, short wall protruding out. Still traveling toward the east, looking north. I'm at the end of the inside of the building now. This is the northeast corner. Noting the sink area. We're now facing directly east, looking at the east interior wall. There's a freezer. We're walking toward the south now, looking east. We're going to note there's a sink. The sink has a drip. Below the sink, you'll see some damage to the wall. And there's some staining on the floor. Whiteboard. There's some minor chips in the table, like a dining table. Again, I'm traveling south, looking at the east interior wall. But note that this refrigerator also is old, but it shows the bottom handle is missing. Another sink area in the middle of the room. There's some minor paint chipping above the third sink, just above the paper towel dispenser. Some other just some minor paint chips along this area on that east interior wall. We're now at the southeast corner of the interior of the building. We're now looking south. We're in the southeast corner of the building. Just below the clock, there is a hole in the wall. At the bottom, there's a long line, minor damage at the bottom, close to the floor area, just above the electrical conduit. Again, this is the south wall, interior wall. I'm going to turn around and give you an overall view of the interior of the kitchen also before I leave this area. Again, I'm at the east wall. I'm going to turn around toward the north and west and give you an overall view. Down low, of course, first. Then we're going to go up top and look at the ceiling tiles, noting that there are some electrical outlets up top. With special note that there is damage in the ceiling tiles. They're loose in several areas, just to the left of or north of the electrical outlets. You'll notice also at the north wall, their ceiling tiles are just bowed a little bit. Over the cooking area, we'll note that the ceiling tiles are loose and bowed and damaged. Before we get out of this north part of the area, I'm going to give you a wide view of this is where we started from, in this room. Looking at a grill and a fry area. Again, make sure I note the ceiling tile damage up top above the vent area. I'm going to now go back to the south wall. We're going to go walk through this little opening here. Noting just some paint chips on the wall, but no real damage. Again, we're looking at the south wall, and I want to make another more special note that the ceiling tiles are bowed, have some stains on them. This is the south wall. There is another refrigerator, double-doored refrigerator in the center between the soda dispensing machine and another refrigerator. There's a double-door refrigerator. We'll note at the bottom of that refrigerator, in the grills, there are damages in a couple different areas. The bottom rung, bottom vent, there's two major dents in it, and the other ones are just dented in several places. This is on the south wall, interior. As I go closer toward the door, I'm going to note that next to the windows up top, and the blinds up top, and you can see the blinds up top of the condition. I think there's one missing in the middle. But up top, you're going to note that there are paint chips along the top. There's also some holes in the wall, 4 holes. And this is the southwest corner of the room. From top to bottom, from bottom to top. Before we go down the hall, we're going to look toward our west and notice the top ceiling tile has some minor indentations above the turbo air cooler. We're going to see there's some damage and paint scrapes up above that. You come down the wall, we're going to note there's a hole in the wall. As we come down to the very bottom, we'll note there's a big chip in the corner. Before we head out into the next room, we're going to step back toward the south wall and give you an overall view of this area from this view. We're going to start from the southeast corner. We're facing east. Around toward the north, you see the wall, an opening here going into the cooking area. There are two tables here. I guess they're prep tables maybe. I know at the bottom of one table to my left, the north table, there's like a piece of wood sticking out of there. And also that table on the bottom has a slight dent in the metal. I look up top, there's a ceiling tile that is loose from its frame. We're going to go back inside the kitchen area and look at this west wall in detail. I'm going to start here from the interior, or the north side of this partition wall, using paint chips, panning around toward the west. Noting the ceiling tiles up front, up top, have stains and are not in place, seated correctly, and they're bowed. But note, this is room, and again, we're inside the kitchen area. We're facing west. This is room 14-009. I'm gonna walk into that room. We'll note at the door on the right-hand side, or the north side of that doorway, there's some holes in the wall. Before we go inside, I'm gonna finish this room and look at this west wall completely. Again, noting some ceiling tiles with some minor damage by the grill area, by the vent area, and some really dirty return grills. This is room 14-001B. We're going to go inside that room also. And now we're looking at the last part. This is the last part of this room where we came in from. And this is that north wall that we came in. So again, I'm going to give you another quick overall view from this angle, starting from the door we came in the north wall, looking around. At the grill area, fryer area, and now we're facing the south. And first we're going to do is go into this room that we're standing next to. I'm facing west. This is room 14-001B. I'm going to note that just above that sign, you can see it, there's a crack in the wall running from the top of the door all the way up. There's like a little security camera, and it runs into the ceiling tile. I'm going to walk inside this room. Before I go in, I note that the bottom of the door is damaged, but it's just a lot of rust. It's rusting away. As I walk in the door, I look down, see that the first couple tiles have some cracks in them, in the middle and around. As you walk in, you see the cracks in the floor. I'm going to step in this room. I'm going to look to my left, which is south. There's a refrigerator, double door refrigerator. Looking up, we'll see some tiles that are loose. This is the south wall of the small room. Again, some minor tiles are bowing up top. I'm facing west now. Coming around to the north corner, the northwest corner of the room, I'll see that there's some minor damage in or holes in a couple of the ceiling tiles. In the corner, you'll see where the security camera is, and there are ceiling tiles in the north wall, north corner, that are coming out and damaged. I'll note more cracks in the floor. This is the floor, the west side of this room. You see the fire extinguisher up top, and below that fire extinguisher, we're going to show the cracks in the tile at the door we came in, and more cracks going toward the north wall in the floor. As I come around, I'm going to notice more cracks in the floor tile. Some minor paint chips in the wall, the north wall. There's also a crack at this next door going into the next room here. This room does not have a door number on it, but this is the room we just came in. Looking at the south side of the door, from the door, a little closer here, from the door, from the floor up, you see some damage in the wall. There's a crack going 3/4 of the way up the door. You'll see where the tile then changes from tile to ceramic tile to a larger tile. As I walk in this room, look first to my right. You'll see me. You'll see that there's this may have been a sink area, and there's pipe. There's like copper tubing and piping coming out of the wall. This is the west side of this wall. I'm facing north now. Looking at the north wall, you'll see at the bottom here that there is some minor damage in the corner. This the east wall. This was the east wall, not the west wall. The east wall just came in this room. And there's the tiles missing in this area. I'm looking at the north walls. I walk through the building, through this room. There's a tile open, not secured, and there's some wire coming out of it. We notice other tiles are damaged. You see this tile is right next to the light at the west side of the room. I'll turn around and look at the south side of this small room. We'll note at the very bottom there is some of that plastic rubber baseboard material missing. Well, if you go to the door, you'll notice that there's none at the door at all. It's been pulled away. And there's a cabinet next to the door. And as you come from around the cabinet, you can see that there's more of the baseboard material missing. There is a short piece, and then there's more that is missing around that south wall. You'll also note that some of the tile is damaged or separated. If you look up top, and now we're looking back at the door we just came into. This is the west side of the room. So from this angle, you can get your bearing. We came in this room, we left the room with the red tile, and in that far room behind that, you can see that is a kitchen area that we came through first. We're going to continue going west, and now we're into a classroom area. We're going to start to our right, which is north. So let me make note first that the room we just came out of has a number on this side. Again, this room we just came out of, we're facing east. The room number here is 14-010B. It's like a storage room we just came out of, which led to the room with the red tile, which then led to the room with the in the kitchen area. So we're going to turn to our north now. This is the north entrance. I will note that in the corner, there's a sensor of some kind, maybe a motion sensor or something, but it's broken. Has a hole in the middle. Noting the double doors. We're looking at the north wall, the glass, the wall, the electrical outlets. We're going to start walking toward the west, looking at the north wall. We're going to stop in almost the middle of the room, looks like, and there's note that there are a couple of screws in the wall, but special note that just below looks like maybe a vent. There's an outlet. That outlet has come off the wall and is hanging. This is on the north wall. Well, again, we're still traveling toward the west, looking at the north wall. We're now looking at the west wall. We're going to travel toward the south, looking at the west wall. I'm just going to give you an overall view of this room since I'm in the front. I'm in the front of the classroom at the north wall, looking toward the south. Then looking back toward the east, this is the room we just came out of. You can see it on the left corner of your screen. So we can look at the condition of the ceiling tiles while we're here. They're not all perfect, but some are slightly bowed, but not in bad condition. Some of the lights are out. In the back, 3 lights are out. Nothing pertinent to record. Again, I'm looking to the south. I'm traveling east. We're going to turn back to our east, and there's a room we're going to go into. This is the east wall of the classroom. Notice the sink area. The sink area sink is stopped up and stained. Water is not draining out. I'm going to note that in this room we're going to go into, this is, I'll get a closer view for you. Hardly see it. This is room 14-010A. It's on the east side. We will note that the baseboard in the room has this black baseboard on this side, and it turns below the sink to a gray baseboard. Again, noting some of the ceiling tiles are a little bit warped, some minor damage. We're going to go into room 14-010A now. This is like a small storage room. Get some light in here. Okay, so We're going to start by looking at the floor as we come into this room. This is definitely a storage room. You've got supplies, cabinets. I'll note that there's some staining on the floor and the wood has been wet at the bottom. This is the first cabinet. This is the second cabinet. You notice the staining on the bottom. You'll see more wet area and staining on the bottom of the woodwork. So to make sure I'm pointing out, I'm in the room. The room is on the east side of this room, the storage room is. And this room is for storage. You would note that the cabinets have a big X on them, several of them do. Looking up top, we notice that the ceiling tiles are a little bit out of place. The next cabinet has a big X on it also. And so does the next one. Again, you can see the staining on the floor also. Panning around again, I'm looking at the north wall. When I get up top, I notice that note that the ceiling tiles are broken away. This is on the northeast corner of the room. This is the complete east corner of the room. And we're going to go to we're now facing the southeast corner of the room, looking at the cabinets and the floor, the ceiling. See way in the back, there's another stain. There's a stain in the tile. I'm now facing south, looking at the south cabinets. Again, you see X's on them. You see some minor damage, paint scraping, or paint on there. This is the south wall. Again, noticing some minor damage in the ceiling tile. We're going to head outside this room. This room has a timer on it, and the timer will cut the light off, but I'm going to turn it off myself if I can here. There we go. So we're now going to head toward the south and go through this doorway. This is the first room we just left out of. This is a south classroom. We're going to stop and turn toward our left, which is east. Okay, special note that this is, when you look at this door in the corner here, this is room 14-009. We'll go into that room in just a minute. We can't get through this way because the area is blocked. We're going to stop and turn back and show where we just came in. This is that doorway. We're facing north now. It's another classroom. We'll note that there's some minor damage, scrape on the wall on the east side of the door opening. Turning around, panning around toward our right, which is east. If you look straight ahead, now we're facing directly east. We're about in the middle of the classroom. There's a hallway. That hallway runs into the dark area of the screen. In the middle is the kitchen area that we were in earlier. I'm going to note inside this room, in this hallway, there's some tile that has some water stains and is swelling a little bit. Looks like it's swelling just a little bit and starting to come away from the framework. We're turning around now toward the southeast, looking at the walls, and there's some file cabinets. The file cabinets have some minor damage. The handle's missing, broken on the top and missing on the top and broken on the bottom. We're now looking directly at the southeast corner of the room. Make a little special note that there's a shelf up here in this corner, and the shelf is not real stable looking. We're turning around now toward the south. Loading from top to bottom and bottom to top. There's a mural on the wall, with grapes and a wall and landscape, but you'll see that there are scratches and damage to that mural, especially toward the bottom of it. We're turning around now, looking at the south wall. We're turning around toward the west. This is the west corner of the room, the southwest corner. I'm going to note that on this wall again, there's the mural. There's black, it looks like a chalkboard black, and then there's some bricks. At the bottom, there is what could have been an electrical 110 outlet, and the area is broken. Looking at the west wall and ceiling. I'm going to note that in the middle of the room toward the bottom, there's maybe an IT outlet that's come loose and off the wall. You see where it was and it's hanging. As we get to the northwest side of the room, you'll notice that the wall has some damage. You'll see there are indentation and a hole in the wall, and also to my left, to my right, there's like the plaster was pulled off the wall, the paint's missing. I'm now turning around toward the north side of this room. You can see again at the bottom there's some more plaster missing, paint missing. I go up toward the top, you'll see a wire hanging, nothing mounted to it, and also 7 screw holes that were probably supporting something has been removed, maybe a TV, I don't know. I'm looking again at the north side of this room. You see that same pass-through mirror window, a tree mural on the wall, painted mural. We can now see that door we just came through. We're back looking toward the east side of the room. Before I go through that passageway, I want to go back to this southeast corner and note that at the door, there's a hole in the wall above the fire alarm. We're going to walk through this wall. We're going to walk through the hallway here. The first room we're going to come to is a girls' restroom. There it is. There's the light. Okay, when I first walk in into the hallway, there's a light switch. At that light switch, you'll see that the wall is damaged. Plaster is broken below and above the light switch. About a good foot or so above and 8 inches or so below, and there's more cracks in that wall below here. See my hand? We're going to go in now into the girls' restroom. This is room number 14005, 14-005. Looking into the room, again, you can see that there's no one in there, of course, and this is the girls' restroom, the doorway. We'll walk in to the north of the door. Up at the ceiling, and there's a hole in the ceiling next to the vent. A couple holes at the north corner, north center of the room. There are 3 small holes in the tile in the east wall next to the toilet paper, below the toilet paper, and below the handrail. We're in the southwest corner, southeast corner looking around. This is the south wall. We'll note that the plaster is coming off the wall here in the next to the soap dispenser. This is the west wall of the room. We're back to the door in the north wall of the room. As I want to make special note as I get back into this room, this is the same room we came from. This room is where the grapes mural was. This is the south room. I want to make special note about the flooring. On the flooring, first of all, back next to the door we just came in. Okay, you'll see the wall, between the area in the middle here. That is the room we came out of first. We came into this room. I didn't look down, but I look down now and see that there is damage to the tile on the floor. There's a plate that's permanently on the floor, but there's some damage to the tile next to that plate, which is just west of that plate. And if I look across the room a little bit farther, next to the corner wall where the mural tree is, you'll see in that corner there is also damage to that tile as well. As I come out and look into that room again, looking toward the south of this room, I'm going to make special note that I do see damage to the tile, several damages to the tile in this room also. Again, in the back you'll see the grape mural, and there's a table, and below that table you're probably about I'd say 6-7 feet or so away from the wall on the floor. You'll notice that there's damage in several of the tiles. I'm going toward the west. 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5. 5 of these places on the floor are damaged. Okay, we're going to walk back in where we just came from. We just came from the girls' bathroom. We're now going into the room. Light off in here. The room number here, there's no light. The light is not working. The room number here, if I can find it, there we go, is 14-004. This room is just before we get to the main cooking area, the kitchen area. We're walking toward the east. This looks like a cleaning area, cleaning, storage, laundry. So I'll turn back and look at the way we came in. We came in from that room to the left with the girls' restroom. And then this area here is for storage and cleaning. I'm facing toward the west right now. As I turn, I'll see the west wall. Some minor damage to the paint in this area, but not much. You see it on the west wall. I'm turning around toward the south wall. You see the sinks, aprons, etc. It's the south wall. I step back and look at the east wall. We'll note the wall's in good condition. The laundry machines, washer and dryer, I believe. There's no damage, it's just spills specifically on the dryer, some on top of the washer. And now we're looking into the to the east. And pay attention to the floor also to see how the condition of the floor. The floor looks. There's a couple of small indentations as you come in the room, just on the west side. I'm looking east now. And now we're back into the kitchen area. And before we get into it, we just came through the laundry room. Now we're into the main room with the kitchen area. To our right, which is south, is the boys' bathroom. It's kind of dark in here. It's room 14-003, the boys' bathroom. We're looking south and walk into the bathroom. Look first to our right and then backwards. We came in this door. We'll see a couple of screws in the wall, in the tile. Looking west, there's 4 screws just below the toilet paper dispenser in the tile. There's some slight cracking in the ceiling next to the vent on the left side, which is the south side. We're now facing directly south, looking at the mirror, sink area, floor. Note there's a crack in the tile at the drain. Where is it? There it is. We look up by the soap dispenser and paper towel dispenser and note there's some slight damage to the wall. Now going to look at the east wall, southeast corner. Before I go out, a note up top in the ceiling, next to the vent and above the door, there is some damage. 2 holes in the north wall and in the ceiling. In the boys' bathroom. Okay, we're now back into the main kitchen area. Look around and see what else I missed, if anything. If not, that'll conclude the interior of this building. Okay, so I did find one more area we didn't record yet. We're looking back at the boys' bathroom we just came from. And if we walk toward our northeast and came through the opening into the main kitchen area, you'll see the main door we first came in. And this is the door we mentioned the number of it earlier but did not go into. This is room number 14009, 14-009. I am facing east. I'm facing west. I'm in the kitchen area facing west, going to go into this room. Before we go in, I'm going to note that on the north side of the door, there's some holes in the wall, like 4 holes, 5 holes in the wall. I know we noted this earlier, but there is some staining on the ceiling tile just above this room 14-009. We're walking in toward our west. We walk in, turn around, and look at we're facing east now. This is the east wall. The door we just came in. Some slight damage to the paint next to the light switch. We look up, we see a chain hanging from the ceiling. In the southeast corner, we see some damaged tiles next to the light and in the corner, the wires coming out. We'll see more ceiling tiles that are damaged and sagging. Looks like with some water or moisture damage. We'll turn around to our left, which is north now. Note there's a slight ding in the wall behind the door. The doorknob is higher than the stop, so there's been a slight ding there. Look down. Next to the door there is a 110 outlet that is missing a plate. This is the north wall as well. That's where we saw that bad tile a second ago. Again, looking at the north wall, what's here, there's some utensil storage. Again, this is the north wall. We're facing north, traveling toward the west. We're going to note here at the west wall up top, you're going to see there's some ceiling tile that's cracked with that above the red box, and then there's ceiling tile is not in place. We look to our left a little bit. In the very middle, you'll see there's a fire alarm, but around that fire alarm, there's some water damage to the tile, and there's some water damage to the tile to the left of that, to the south of that. We're looking at the west wall. Before I go back, let's go back to the north wall. The north wall shows there is some damage. The door stop is come off the wall, and above the door stop there's a dent in the wall. It looks like the doorknob is higher than the stop. I'm going to turn around now, and again, this is the west wall. There's all the IT equipment. This is the south wall. We're going to look at the entire south wall. You want to see equipment. Best we can see it, the condition of the wall, ceiling. Nothing noticeable to report. I'm traveling toward the east, looking at this south wall and equipment and floor. Again, I see this floor is dirty. I can't tell if that is a dent or not. It's about the fourth tile in. Could be some gum. Just wanted to make sure I saw that. And turning back around, I'm gonna notice that the handle on the south, on the cabinet, on the south wall of this room, the handle is up. Let's see if it's broken or not. No, it's just loose. And we'll head back out of this room and head out of the door. Oh, we can't go out this door. We cannot go out this door because this is the door that was blocked from the other side and we couldn't come in. Okay, so we'll head back to the east. Outside this room, back into the kitchen. And I'll check and see if there's anything else we missed in the room, in the building. Well, I know while we're in here, let's just look to our right a little bit. I noticed this earlier. Make special note that on this wall, this is in the kitchen area. This is the dividing wall. Below the soap and paper towel dispenser, something's been taken off the wall. It's like maybe a sink area. You can see the white paint there. You can see also at the bottom there's a pipe that's open and exposed, and that there's no handle on the faucet. There was a short break in time because the students were changing classes. Now most of them are gone. We resume. We're now where we very first started, at the outside of building 14. This is the door we went into at first. There was a small door on the left side, or the east side. Went in that door also. There are two doors to the right or to the west of that main entrance that we went into. We'll look in those doors next, and then we'll do the entire exterior of the building. We're now about to go into the two doors. Again, this is the main entrance that we went into the building. We first started work here. We're now going into the two doors right of that building, facing that building, which is west of that door. Before I go into the first door, this is the north side of the building. I'm going to note that on the exterior there is maybe the power box and some conduit. Also, there's a PVC pipe extended there with no cap on it, and maybe a bracket where there's maybe a faucet there or something. This is the first door. The room number is 14-008. I'm walking into that room now. This is it's like a water storage area, water softener maybe. So walk in, look to my right or toward the west and note the condition of the water softener system. The roof area. There's a small dent in the conduit. Right there, small dent in the conduit on the south wall toward the west corner. Showing the south wall and floor area. You notice where they, from all the way across pretty much from the south, let's go from here, from the northwest corner on the floor, you see that it's separated. The concrete and the wall is separated, it's not sealed. That's the southwest corner. All along the back wall of the south wall, you'll see that the concrete, there's a gap in there. You also see that the drain is broken. This is southeast corner, and it looks like a water heater. But note there's a hole in the wall, in the concrete block wall, with some pipings going through it, in the south wall of this room. This is the northeast corner. On the floor, you see again that concrete floor and the blocks are not sealed. We're going to go out and go into the next room. Okay, that room we just left out of 14-008 is closed and locked. The next room we're going to go to is right next to it. That's room 14-007. I've already opened that door and unlocked it. Looks like an electrical room. You walk in, there's a huge frog smashed in the door. Poor guy, too late for that now. Walking in the room, you'll see that there's that same issue with the concrete floor and the concrete block is not sealed at the bottom in the northwest corner. You'll see some material on the wall mounted. That material has been stained. Again, this is a electrical room. This is the south wall. This is the southeast corner. And we're now looking at the northeast corner. There's some shelving here. The shelving has some water damage, maybe some mold from bottom to top. I'm going to back out of this room. Notice there's a couple holes in the bottom here on that south wall next to the conduit. There are a couple of holes in the wall. It's in that south wall toward the southeast corner. We're going to start at the last door we came out of, which is 14-007. And look at the wall. This is the north side of the building. I am facing south again, looking at the north side of the building. We're going to start at the wall, do a panoramic, do a 360 around this area and just show you the area itself. Starting from the direct south, I'm panning toward the southeast. I'm going to stop and look down and note that there are cracks in the concrete area. Walkway directly in front of 14-007. See the cracks running east and west and north and south. I'm facing directly east now, and again noticing in front of the previous door there's a crack in the sidewalk area also. You can see it there. As I pan around looking east, going around toward the north, I'm going to notice there are more cracks in the sidewalk. Again, this is in front of 14-008. You'll see there's continued crack. You can see it better there. Continued crack running north and south. There's a broken piece of sidewalk in the corner just below the metal awning. I'm going to pan around and look at now we noted this area before in our previous pre-construction video, but since we're here, we're going to do it again. Double sure. Building P8, we noticed this before. There's a wooden walkway. We're facing directly south, turning around toward the west. It's an overall view of this area on the north side of the building. We're facing west now and coming back toward the south at the building. We did not go through this door. This is room 14-010. We merely went from the inside and looked out. I will note that north of that door entranceway, the second set of the concrete, there's a break in the concrete corner north of room 14-010. We're going to walk now to the east and record the building on the exterior. We're coming up to, we're passing 14-008. As we get to see the shadow line here, this is the awning for the entrance that we came in earlier. We came in this entrance over here. We're going to note that building, we came into doorway 14-001. You look at the concrete area, it's stained, but also just south of the first awning corner, there's a break in the concrete running east and west through two different sections. We just noticed also that other concrete break in the corner just north of that first awning. And before I go back out a little bit, I'm going to show you right here, there's also another break in the concrete. Again, this is the door we came in through at first, 14-001, and we're facing east, and there's another crack in the concrete running east and west that is just north of room 14-001. And we're going to look north of our first entrance door, and you can see the building P8 we saw earlier. Again, you can see that crack in the concrete the break in the concrete corner. Where is it? Right there it is. So we're going to pan around and start from the inside and look outside. Look on the inside, you can see that the awning is a metal, looks like aluminum canopy, but the canopy itself is starting to, aluminum framing, but the canopy is coming apart. You can see there where the material is wearing out along the top line. We'll go back out and look into the building, in the exterior. We're now north of the building, looking back toward the south. Again, you can see where that awning material is coming apart. I'm going to walk around the building. I'm walking toward the east, looking south of the building. I'm going to stop here, pretty much in the middle of the building. Turn around toward the west and make special note that there are cracks and breaks in the sidewalk. Going up toward that wooden ramp. Several cracks and breaks in the sidewalk. Looking back toward the south of the building itself. There's a wall-mounted air conditioning unit. We'll note that there's no damage. I'm facing south, looking at the north side of the building. I also want to again show you the cracks. I can see better from this way. Just below, just north of the air conditioner, there's cracks in the concrete. Running east and west. This is the northeast corner of the building. As I back out from the northeast corner of the building, giving an overall view of the building, the north side, I'm going to note that there are cracks in the sidewalk. This is the absolute northeast corner. You can see there's a ramp, how the building has a pitch going down. And you'll see there is crack in the corner, crack in this corner also. Again, you'll see more cracks in the corner in the concrete walkway. This is on the north side of the building. We're now on the east side of the building, facing west. Facing west. Again, noting that the material, you see it up there, the material of the awning is coming apart, showing some wear. Again, this is the east side of the building. We're traveling south. Note some very minor cracks in the concrete. We're about in the middle of the building, just south of the photo machine. And we're traveling south, looking west at the east side of the building. Again, noting more damage to the the material. I'm now at the southeast corner. Just on the outside of the awning, you'll see there's a small break in the concrete. Another crack in the concrete just south of the support awning. There's a small ramp coming up. As I get to the ramp, I'm gonna notice that there's a crack in the concrete just a little bit east of that concrete wall. I'm now in the the southeast corner. I'm traveling now toward the west, noticing that there's some concrete that's been replaced. Again, noticing the damage to the wear to the awning material. But there's a wear issue, no damage. We're looking north now. We're going to go back in and look at the building itself, closer view of the building. This is the southeast corner of the building. There are there are benches outside here. I'm gonna look around to the very far southeast corner and note that there are cracks in the concrete from the outside wall starting from the east, going toward the west. If I come into the building itself, again, this is the southeast corner. I'm traveling west. There are some scrape marks and paint marks on the exterior wall, but no damage, just the paint's been scraped off. Turning back around toward the right, toward the north now. This is the north. This is the south side of the wall of the building. I'm looking toward the north. It's the south side of the building. Again, I'm traveling west. I'm looking north. You can see where we're almost in the middle of the building. To my right or toward the east is room number 14-001. This is building 601. Nothing to really report. There's a minor crack in the brick, in the very center, just to the south of the door. Looking again north, turning around toward the west. This is door 602. Again, we noticed this area earlier in our first recording, but we're just going to go over it again. This is the small knee-high wall just south of the building. This is the inside of that wall. Turning around toward the south. This is south. We're going to turn around toward the east now and show where we came from. Pan back around and continue heading west. Continue heading west. I'm going to come out a little bit here and note that on the corner of this knee-high wall, I'm at the south side of the building, heading west. There is some damage to the block area. We're again walking around the building toward the west. I'm going to look up and note that this is the south side of the building. I'm facing north. This is right on the outside of that door number 602 we just saw. There's a wire hanging. Well, let's get back. I can see more wires hanging. So you see door 601 in the corner in the middle. Above that, there are wires hanging. Hard to see. They are hanging. And then if you get over to the left side here, which is the west side, you see another wire hanging. And it's actually started tearing the plaster off the outside material. Again, we're on the south side of the building, facing north. We're heading west. We're now at the southwest corner of the building. This is the southwest corner. We're now going to travel. Before we do that, we're going to look and see just some minor stuff here. There's a couple of maybe screws in the wall in that southwest corner. And we're going to travel north now and look at the west wall. We're facing east, traveling north, looking at the west side of the building. Not much to report. Remember when we did this previous video, this fence was here. This is a fence around the like a major power supply or breaker box or system. And I know that that time and this time also the fence at the bottom on the south side has been pushed in. You can see it there. We know the top southwest corner. We note that there's some damage to the top part of the fence and the cap is missing. And we're still continuing to walk toward the north, facing east. We're at the northwest corner of the building now. We're now starting to travel toward the east, looking south. And now we're back about where we started from on the north side of the building. This is going to conclude this building, number 14. Our next building, number 29. Before I leave building 14, I want to give you an overall view of the east side of the building. This is a wide view facing west is the east side of the building. And now we're going to continue to the next building, which is 29. We're now looking at the west, building 29, panning from the west to the east. We're south of the building, facing north. This is the south side of the building. Overall view of building number 29. We are now at the southwest corner of the building, number 29. We're going to proceed toward the east, looking north. We're going to start out here by looking just the overall exterior part of the building and the sidewalk area. We're going to notice that just on the ground here in the sidewalk, there's a drain that has a concrete broken around it. This is on the southwest corner. We're traveling toward the east.
What do you mean you don't know? Do you know if she called them or you don't?
You're going to notice here just a little ways in, you'll see a severe crack in the sidewalk. We're just east of the first main drain. You can see the crack in the sidewalk. You take a note of the overhang also. We'll see more cracks in the curbing. See my shadow there. Again, I'm facing north. I'm traveling east. I'm going to look in here and note that there's a crack in the concrete next at the very top on the west side next to the opening. There are more minor cracks in the sidewalk in the middle of the opening. Here on the floor, on the ground, you see in the concrete walkway, you'll see a crack in the sidewalk. As I continue going toward the east, I'm seeing more cracks in the outside walkway, breaks in the curbing, cracks in the sidewalk. Again, more cracks running both north and south and east and west. Again, you see more cracks. We're getting close to the middle of the building. Again, you see more cracks in the concrete here. You're going to notice that this is probably about the middle of the building. And you see some construction work has already started. You'll see the areas have been fenced off. See cracks in the sidewalk here. You'll notice there's a patch here in the, my hands waving, there's a patch in the concrete. You see where the old concrete is versus the new concrete area. The areas are just different colors, a fresher color. If I back out and show you this area, you'll see that, and again, I'm going to just do a pan around. This is east. This patch goes through the asphalt to the other side of the street. So from south of the building, you'll see the asphalt patch, and then you'll see the concrete patch going right into the work area. So they're working in this area. I'm going to take a good minute to show this area real good. You see here where that patch area ends. You'll see the temporary fence. See a box down here which may be electrical. Yes, the electrical box been uncovered. Just security cameras. You can see here where the concrete has been cut out. There's work being done down below. I'm going to note there's a piece of plastic wrapped around the column. This is the far east column in this opening at the bottom. We're still facing north of the building. Looks like there's some difference in paint. We're going to go and turn toward the west a little bit and show you the same area. Looking back toward the south, you'll see where we came in. We're going to go into the building here since it's being worked on. You'll see that the gate is open. Again, no damage to the wall. Going to the doorway. Again, we're facing north in the middle of the building. We're going to go into this room. I don't see a room number. Looking toward my right, which is the east. See the equipment. Overhead. This is facing north. I'm now looking at the east wall. Just the interior. The flooring. Again, this is the east wall. We'll note that there's a light panel on the ground covering. The bulbs are exposed. Again, this is the far north wall. We're now facing west. This is the northwest corner of the room. This is obviously an AC room. You guys are in here working. See, the drain is dirty. Traveling back south, looking at the interior of the room, facing, again, we're facing west. Then we'll get to the entrance that we just came through and head back outside the building. Okay, we're again back at the middle of the building, on the first floor where the AC work was being done. We're going to continue walking toward the east. So there's some more minor cracks in the curbing. Another crack in the curbing. So walk now toward the, getting closer toward the end of the building. I'm going to note that you'll note over here where the work was being done, there are 3 windows, and there's an opening. In that opening, there is a light that's hanging down. Again, toward the end of the building, you'll see more cracks in the concrete, very long crack, 2 more sections long. You see where they get into the end of the building now, you'll see still more cracks in the sidewalk, breaks in the sidewalk. I'm going to notice up here that the light on the walkway is falling down, but it's rusted. It's not damaged, but it's falling down. It's falling apart. We're now in the direct southeast corner of the building. I see students coming out of the building, so we're going to stop right here and start back in a second. Okay, I think it's thinning out now. We're going to start back here again. We're at the southeast corner of the school, looking at the exterior. Note there is a crack just below the base of the stairwell steps, right by the drain on the the southeast corner. We're now traveling north, looking at the east side of the school. We're coming to the northeast side of the school. Nothing much to Well, the northeast side of the school. We're going to continue doing the exterior. I'm going to back up. We're at the northeast side of the school now. We're going to note that the sidewalk at the entrance, there is some old concrete walkway. There's multiple cracks. But as we go into the school, there's some new concrete, I guess it's been replaced maybe, that shows no cracks at all. Again, this is building 29. North east corner. We're now traveling toward the west. Looking south of the building. We walk into the step in, the first thing we see is a crack here at the corner in the concrete just north of the benches. These cracks are approximately maybe 4.5 foot long, running from south to north. we're traveling toward the west, looking at the north side of the school. We're going to stop and notice some cracks here at the, so you look at we came from this way, in the corner, the north east corner, traveling around toward the west. This is the fourth column. We'll see cracks in the sidewalk on both sides of that column. In the walkway here also, we're going to see cracks in the sidewalk. As we get to the end of this walkway, which is not quite the middle of the building, you see multiple cracks running in the sidewalk, running south to north, north to south, and east and west right here. We're now coming up to a couple of electrical rooms. I'll see if I have access to that. I am able to access these rooms. I haven't unlocked the doors. The first room we're going to go into the left here, or to the east side, is room 29-017. It's an electrical room. The second one we go into will be 29-016, which is the custodial room. It's a small room. We're going to do that room first. Never mind. Let's do the small room first, that room 29-016, so I can close that door. You notice this area is fenced off. Before I go in the door, there's a metal box. I'll note it says gas valve inside. There's a gas valve there, but I'll notice that the box is damaged. This is right next to room 29016. We'll look in. Again, it's a small custodial storage room. You'll see a hot water heater. Not a whole lot to note. No real damage in the room. And also note, just below that that box that had the damage on it, the gas valve aside, there's a plate down here. It could be for a 110 outlet, not sure, but it is kind of leaning a little bit. Has some slight damage. I'll note if I look up above this room, if we probably go into it, there's some lighting up here. The light above room 29-017, the cover plate is missing. So you just see the shiny part there. And the light above the other door is in place. You can see it right there. The cover is on that light. Now going into room 29-017. Stop here at the entrance, look at the floor. It's a concrete floor. Looks like it is an electrical room. To our left or to the east is breaker boxes. The room behind that we'll go into in just a second. This is to the right of the door, which is facing west. Disconnect switches, no damage. There's a file cabinet in the middle of the floor here as I walk around that and look to my right, which is west. More electrical equipment, breaker boxes. Again, I'm looking to the west. Not much going on here, just wanted to note the condition. Inside this room is another room, and that room number right here on the door is 29-018. This room seems to have, it says systems room. This has electronics, wiring, IT equipment. I'll start from the southeast corner. This is the southwest corner. This is the west wall. Time says 12 o'clock. It is now about 25 till 2. I'm facing around toward the north now. And we'll head back outside this room. Nothing major to report. Yeah, there's a little bit of something here. Let's look at the door. On the way out, I can see it because of the sun. The door louvers are damaged. This is on the electrical room. Both these doors, custodial room and electrical room, have been locked back and secured, as well as the fence. I will note that the fence does not have a, there's no lock on it. We're going to continue walking west, looking at the exterior of the building. First floor, we're facing south. I'm going to note here, probably a little bit past middle, just past, you'll see to my left here to the east, the two rooms we just came out of, electrical room. Well, just past is a classroom, and then there's an opening with doors on each side, east and west side. There are lights above the top here. I'll note that the light on the left, or the east light, is damaged and part of it's falling down. The one next to it is in good shape. Again, I'm still traveling west, looking south. And there are stairwells on both sides of the building. We're going to look at the stairwells in just a second, just looking at the total exterior for right now. I want to stop here now. We're at the far northwest corner of the building. You see the stairwell going up. There's a column here, and I want to make special note that there's a crack in that column. There's a crack down the very bottom. You see it on the left-hand side right there. That's cracked. As it goes up, that crack goes up probably about 2 foot or so from the bottom. And then another crack starts of the center and goes up another 2 foot or more, 2.5 foot or more. Another crack starts a little bit right at that and goes up close to the top of that column. See where it ends right there. Okay, we're at the far northwest corner. Again, this is the west side of the building. I'm going to note that there are a lot of the cracks in the concrete area. Again, this is the west side of the building. You note where the white ballards are, the plastic chain link fence. You'll see the crack right here running east to west, and more cracks in the area. Again, running east to west. A break in the concrete. Getting more multiple cracks in this area. Again, we're facing east, looking at the west side of the school. Again, as we start to walk toward the south, you're seeing the more cracks in the concrete. Multiple cracks, multiple breaks in the concrete. And we're now getting to the southwest corner of the school. Again, noticing a large crack in the concrete running from south to north. And also one more over here running from south to north, right by the walkway where the covered area is. We're at the first floor corner, southwest corner. This is room 29-049. It says workroom. We'll check and make sure we have access to that and go inside and look at it. Before I went to this room, I want to note the discrepancy. The sign on the door, on the wall next to the door, says 29-049, but the sign above the door says 29-046. Okay. Either way, it says workroom. We're going to go inside. We do have access to that room. When you walk in here, the room doesn't have much in it. Note it is just a storage type room. This is the east wall. North wall just has some books, shelving. And now it's dark in here. Damn. Okay. You will notice that the shelving on the north wall is leaning down. Doesn't look too stable. This is the west wall. Not much reporting here at all. And the door we just came in. Again, upstairs, up here looks good. The lights look good. I'm gonna back out of the room. Make sure it's locked. Before we go upstairs, we're going to look at some closer areas downstairs. This is the southwest corner of the school. You'll see the walkway and the stairs going up here. We're gonna look behind these steps to see what's behind this wall. We just left out of that room in the corner there, 29-049. In-school suspension. Not a place you want to be right now. And there's no brakes. To be in good condition. Just a closer overall view of this area. This is the first entrance. There's a doorway. The ISS building. room 29-010 on the wall, but it says 29044 above the door. We come walking a little bit farther toward the east. For our second classroom, we're going to note that above the classroom, there's an electrical plate missing. It's between window 1 and 2. And we're facing north now and traveling east. That is, the door says 29-103, and above the door says 29-034. It's Keller Peacock. A note that the door to the right, up top, there's a light up there, and that light is damaged. The room door says room 29-015, the light above head is damaged. We're now coming around to the area that we came to at first that was fenced in. Well, the work's being done. I'm going to go quickly pass around that and just look at the a close-up view of the other part of the school. Again, we noted earlier that that light is hanging. That light is hanging. This is room 29-107 on the wall, and it says 29-015. The light above that room is damaged and hanging. School's about out now. The buses are here. We're gonna wait for all that to calm down some, and then we're going to continue our recording. Building 29. We are now going to start the interior of Building 29. We're starting at the southwest corner. Going to our first classroom. The plaque on the outside of the room says 29-101. The overhead door sign, however, says 29-044. This is the ISS in school suspension room. On the outside, the door has some minor scratches around the window area. The no food or drink sign is broken. We're going to go inside. I'm going to note that these doors all have electronic locks from the exterior. We're now going into the classroom, the first classroom. We're walking in the door. We are now facing west. We walk in. We're going to kind of do an overall view of the room. We'll go to the center of the room first. Looking at the west wall. There's a storage room on the end. We'll go there in just a second. But right now, we're going to just do an overall view. Floor facing west. Ceiling. This is the southwest corner where the teacher's desk is. I will note that in the very corner, southwest corner, there's a tile damaged. Below that, you'll see a not sure what it is, but it's a metal strip. There's a piece hanging from that strip. This is before you get to the first window. As I go around to this between the second and third window below the clock, you'll note that the first window the blinds have a slight damage at the bottom. Between the two windows is the clock. Below the clock is, again, some metal hanging on two facing east and west. Going to the middle window, I'll note that the blinds have some minor damage. It's spelled on the left side, which is the east side, and the bottom you see is damaged. Facing south, it's the south wall, and we're looking at the southeast corner. We have the third window coming from west to east, the door, interior door. There is a bookshelf. We'll note that next to the bookshelf, there's some holes in the wall where something was mounted. There's a slight hole on top of the bookshelf where a screw was. There's a room there. That room number is 29-039. We'll go inside the room in just a second. As we go looking at this east wall, you'll notice also that that same metal strip that hangs around the room, another piece is coming off of it, just north of that 29-039. It looks to be, I see a piece of paper hanging above the door. I guess this is a fixture that you can hang, just stick papers into, they hang without adhering them to the wall. There's a room in the corner. I'll visit that room shortly. I'm facing north now. This is the north wall. And again, I see that same metal hanging system. There's some pieces that are coming off a little bit. Starting from the opening, traveling from east to west. Noting some minor paint chips on the concrete block wall in a straight line. Again, upstairs looking at the hanging system, there's some pieces that are, let me get a little closer view of that for you. See there how they're starting to come out? We're going back toward the northwest corner of this room. So we're going to go over there to that corner, look inside that room. That is a material storage room. Room number 29-045. And upstairs here over the door, it agrees, 29-045. I'm facing west. Again, this is a storage room. Shelving, equipment, like a small refrigerator. Room's in good shape. Behind the door is in good shape. Baseboard, the plastic rubber baseboard is coming off a little bit on the north wall. I'm going to walk now toward the east in this room. I'm going to go inside room 29-039. It's on the east wall, east side of the room. Another storage room. Look to our right, which is south, and back at the door we just came through. There's a slight crack in the concrete next to the light switch. It's about a block high. Putting a nail in the wall. I'm now facing south. It's the south wall of the storage room. This is the southeast corner. This is the east wall. Nothing, I'm going kind of fast, there's nothing to report that I can really see. And this is that same northeast corner and the north wall. You'll see some holes, some screws in the wall, but no real damage. We'll leave this room and go north. I'm going to show the room itself. There's a cord hanging out of the corner wall. This is the next to that north wall. It kind of jets out. There's a cord hanging. Nothing's broken, so I can see. Again, you can see better those pieces that hold the papers in place are coming apart in several areas. We're now going to go into room 29-037. Wow, okay. Like there's some restrooms in here. So the first thing we're going to do is look back where we came from and go to room 29036, the men's toilet. But above the door it says 29038. There's a conflict there again. We come in, look to my right, which is west, noting the condition of the floor, the wall. There's a slight stain on the west side of the light, overhead light. You can see it here. Runs the entire length of the light, going from south to north. Three screws in the wall underneath the soap dispenser and one screw next to it, opening. There's four screws. Two screws are still in place. There's 4 holes in the wall on the towel under the toilet tissue dispenser. That's the south wall. This is the north southeast corner. Behind the door. We're now going to go into the female toilet. As you see, the door's already open. There's no one in there. It's a one-person facility. The door sign on the outside plaque says 29-038. The sign above the door says 29-036. We'll see on the outside below the sign next to the 110 outlet, there's some very small little dents in the wall. In the women's restroom, you'll see condition of the walls, the floor. Again, 2 small screw holes in the tile. There's something missing on a plate up here. You see where there's a plate right there? There's something, looks like something was there. I can't tell what it was, but maybe a fixture of some kind. There's a hole there. I'm going to walk out the door. We're going to walk to our west, another room here. It's like anatomy. I don't have the door number we just came out of. It's 29037. I'm going to go outside this room and let us know what room number we're in before I continue. We're on the outside now, room 29-102 on the wall plate. Above the door, it says 29-041, Miss Moon's AP Biology, Anatomy, and Bio Honors. This is on the northwest corner of the building. As we walk in, we're going to face the west. It's a big room. We're going to kind of walk around the room real quick. This is the door we just came in. Notice the first light above the door is out. There's several lights out consistently. Maybe they're, I don't know. Okay. So we're going to walk around and look at the room. We're facing north. We're looking, walking toward the west, facing north. You note that these rooms have paper over the bottom half, I guess, so that no one will peek in. Showing the condition of the cabinets, the wall area, ceiling tiles. There's something on one of the ceiling tiles here next to the fan. Could be paint, can't tell. This is the west wall. We're facing west. Nothing kind of sticks out at me. No major damage. I do see skeleton man hanging up by himself over there, kind of lonely. There are two rooms on the south wall, two looks like storage rooms. I'm going to look at those now. Eye wash station. The first room. There it is. First room is number 29-042, but the wall plaque says 29042 and they match for a change. Before I go in that room at the bottom on the floor, I want to note that there's some cracks in the linoleum. See the two different shades of linoleum, the darker on the outside, the lighter on the inside. The darker area, there's a crack going across the doorway, walkway, going from east to west. We're in this room, look around, starting back at where we came in, showing shelving. This is the far west wall. There's a refrigerator, floor. Come out and walk a little bit more to our east. There's another room. So I don't see the name of that room. There it is up there. I can see it. It's 29-043. Let's go into this room now. Inside this room is a storage room, books and equipment. We'll note here, looking back at the door we just came through, looking at the north wall of this room. Really see anything? You can see where the tile was cut out around this vent, but it's not damaged. That's the east wall. This is a small south wall. And this is the west wall. And we came out of the area where the restrooms were. So just north of that, in this same classroom, is room 29-035. Looks like the teacher's classroom. There's pictures on the wall, there's books. I don't see any real damage in the room so far. This is the north wall we're looking at now. This is the northeast corner. This is the west corner. This is the southeast corner. And this is the south wall. Going back into the room we just left out of. We're now going to start in the second set of rooms. This is the east room. Starting number is 29105. There is no number above the door. I'm going to go inside here. And this is room 29105. Lights. We're facing east. As you walk into the room, you turn back and face toward the south. You see the door that we just came in. We're facing the south wall now. And we're going to turn around and view the entire wall, floor area and ceiling area. First window, second window, middle window, and the third window. This is the far east window. You're going to notice in the southeast corner there are holes in the wall where things have been mounted. This is the east wall. We're going to look below next to the whiteboard. We'll see again more things have been mounted to the wall previously. Looking at the east wall. Ceiling tiles. This is the northeast corner of the room. We're no close to the edge. You'll see some more holes in the wall where things have been previously mounted. If we look in the very corner, up top, we'll notice there's a slight issue in the corner with the ceiling tile. In the very center, not in the center, but close to the middle of the room, the ceiling tile, we'll notice that one of the ceiling tiles has some writing on it already. And it says, if I can find it, There it is. It says VAV 1-10, DDV 1-5, and 9 plus 10. Looking at the north wall now. Flooring, sorry. Zoom out. That's the northeast corner. This is the entire north wall. This is the northwest corner of this room, and then in the west wall. You'll see in this room also those metal things that are on the wall mounted so you can just hang papers and things from them. Seeing it so far be in good condition. I don't see any messed up ones yet. So we're going to go into, I'm facing west, room 29-031. The no phone zone. In this room, facing the north wall, is room up top. It says 29-025, and the placket on the wall says the same thing, 29-025. This is the men's toilet room. As we go in, this is our west wall where the sink area is. You see again 3 holes underneath the soap dispenser where something was mounted. Toilet area, there's 2 screws, 2 holes in the tile underneath the toilet paper dispenser. This is the northeast corner, and I'm going to zoom in here next to the fire alarm, and there's something dark and chocolate looking on the wall. I don't know what it is. We're not going to touch it. It's just there, let you know. It's high school kids. You never know what that could be, so it's there. Okay, so we're going to go back out of this room. Across from this room is wall plaque says 29-026, a maintenance storage room. And above says the same thing, 29-026. We go in that room. It's locked. This looks like a small, again, material storage room as it sits on the door. Walk in real quick. This is the southwest corner, wall, ceiling. This is the west wall, northwest roach wall. This is the north wall. And this is the east wall where the file cabinets are. Down farther, coming to room 29-032, which is a material storage room also. I'll give you a look at this whole walkway here in just a second. Same here in this room. We're going to go into this room, go in the floor area. This is the east wall. Southeast corner. This is the south wall. Southwest corner. This is the west wall. And this is the northwest corner. Across from that is room 29-030, women's toilet. And above the door, same thing, 29-030. We go in, go to the tile. I'm going to note that there's some minor staining next to the main light. Looks like it's kind of rusty, but and there's some staining around the around the vent. There are 2 holes underneath the toilet paper dispenser, 3 holes underneath the soap dispenser. This is the sink area, southeast corner, and the doorway. We're going to look down the hallway so you can see where we are. This is the hallway we just came through. On the right, you'll see the material storage room. The left, you'll see, or the north, you'll see the toilet, women's toilet. And down the hallway, you'll see there's a real slight between the men's and women's toilet area and the ceiling tile. There's a slight stain, water stain, right there. It's one of the skinny ceiling tiles next to the north wall. And we're back into the room we came in to start with. We're going to go to another room here. It's room 29-024. Before we go in, we're going to note there's some paint chips around the handle. There's red paint showing through the brown paint. When we come in this room, this is like maybe a teacher's work area room. We're facing west. There are 2 doors there. This is the south wall. It's one of the cabinets. There's a white cord coming from the ceiling tile down to the top cabinet. Again, this is the south wall. The door we just came through. There's 2 doors. We came through the one on the right here, which is the south right door. We're going to go into the next door to the north classroom in just a second. But I'm going to note there's some paint chipped between those doors on the wall, probably about 2.5, 3 foot from the bottom. As I pan around, this is the east wall. So pan around toward the north wall. Notice there's some famous buildings up top. Eiffel Tower, Statue of Liberty. We'll see the White House. We can also note that there's one of the tall, maybe the Seattle Needle, I'm not sure. that's so tall that it goes through the ceiling tile, and this tile has been removed. I'm going to go in 2 more classrooms now. Next, we're going to start at room number 29-016. You'll see it there, the mathematics room. There is no number on top of that door. We'll note on the outside of the door in the corner, there's some paint missing from the very bottom. We're also going to look up and note that there are 2 lights between these 2 rooms. And the top light on the left side, the only light on the left side, is broken. The trim is hanging off. Go into this room now. We're now inside the room. We're going to start back and look at the door we just came in. We'll notice there's some minor chips of paint around the door handle that's gone, but it's no damage. We're facing the northwest corner. We're panning around toward the right, which is north. Noticing that the windows are cracked open, the blinds are up. There's some spiders on the wall. What's up with that? This is the north wall. We're facing north. Panning around toward the northeast corner. Again, that window's open too. The blinds are pulled up. We're looking at the east wall. We're facing east. I'm going to note that on the bottom, below the first whiteboard, there's a looking IT attachment. There's, I think the cover's off of it. I can't tell, but I'm going to note that. I'm going to pan around. Looking at the top ceiling tiles, I noticed that some of the ceiling tiles on the very edge are just a little bit loose. They're not damaged. We're going around toward the southeast corner. Looking at the south wall. I'm going to note that overhead there's a projector. I'm going to note just south of the projector there is a small, hole in the ceiling tile. Again, we're looking at the south wall. This is the southwest corner. We're going to back up now and look at the west wall. On top of that door it says ridiculous. That's the room we just came out of. We're now going to the middle room here, which says stupefy, I guess I read. This is room number, here it is, 29-028. I'm going to continue looking at the whole west wall first. I would note that on the floor, just north of room 29-028, on the floor, the linoleum has some minor damage in it, some creases and cracks in it. But also note the condition of the just the paper around this this board here is coming around. It's coming off. It's not damaged. The paper itself is coming up. Let's go in stupefy room. As we come in, the first door we see on top here is room 29-023. This is the male toilet. Again, the plaque on the walls agrees at 29-023. We go in. Looking at the southwest corner, there's a couple of holes at the bottom below the toilet paper holder. There is the vent is hanging loose from the ceiling. There's a couple holes, 3 holes below the soap dispenser. Couple holes here next to the paper towel dispenser. Across from that, north of that door is room number 29-022. The wall plaque agrees with that, 29-022. This is a material storage room again, and it is full of material. Take a quick peek in here. Floor. This room is packed full of material, books. Excuse me. I'm going to just step back out of this room. There's not much in here at all. Excuse me. I know that everyone, when I come out of these rooms, the lights are off and the doors are closed. While we're here, we're going to take a look down this hallway. To our left, we just left out of the boys' toilet room. Across from that is the material storage room. We're facing west, looking at the floor and the walls and the ceiling. As we travel down, we're at room number 29-029, and the plaque above the door agrees with that, 29-029. This is a woman's toilet. Looking east at the wall, the 3 holes below the soap dispenser. There's 2 holes below the handrail, which is just below the toilet paper dispenser. I will note that next to the vent, there's some staining. Shows the west wall. It's the southwest corner. And the area behind the door. I'm going to go out now and go into room 29-027. The plaque above the door agrees with that, 29-027. Excuse me. It's probably locked. Inside the room here, you'll see this is just material storage room. This is the northeast corner. It's in good condition. Note that the fan is just a little bit hanging on the west side. Just a little bit. This is the southwest corner. This is the, it's tight in here, west wall. That's the northwest corner. And this is the view from west to east in this same hallway. We are now going to go into room number 29-014. It's a mathematics room. Note above the door, the number differs. It says 29-033. Before we go in, we'll note that there are some scratches on the door handle, on the door itself from the handle area, a circular scratch. We head in, looking at the northwest corner. I'm going to pan around, look at the three windows. This window's in the northwest corner. We'll note that the blinds are not quite straight. I'm not sure if they're bent in or damaged, but they're not together correctly. We'll note the middle set of blinds is actually damaged on the bottom east corner. Third set of blinds, the northeast corner. We'll note there's some holes in the walls toward the bottom of the window. And the blinds are a little bit damaged, but there's several holes in the wall. This is the door we came in. This is the east wall. We're facing east now. We just came through this hallway, which was room 29-028, where the restrooms were and the storage rooms were. Again, this is the east wall. This is the southeast corner. Recorded this room earlier. Room 29-024. This is the south wall of this room. As I note, before I go too far, about in the middle of the room, you'll see the cabinets, the double door cabinets in the back. You'll see a light just above that. It's the second light from the, counting from east to west. And up at that light, right there next to it, you'll see some writing, some permanent marker writing, VAV 1-8, 15 and 16. While I'm looking up, I'm going to also note that in the corner, there are some tile that are stained. You can see right here, let's get closer. The tile is stained. There's a couple of those. You get your bearing. It's just west of those double door cabinets, the top. And this is the south wall. This is the northwest corner. This is the west wall. And we're back over to the northwest corner. We'll exit this room now. We're now going to start at room 29-013. However, above the door, the placket says 29-034, Miss Keller Peacock, English 3. I know there's a crack right here in front of the door. See that crack? It runs from the wall and across the door about 2.5, 3 feet or so. Go into this room.
Hello, you want to?
All right. Yes, thank you so much.
No problem.
we're going to start at the southeast corner of the room. This is where we came in. Noticing there are scratches on the door. There's also a defined crack on the east wall. That crack is just north of the door. It runs from just above the fire alarm, and it goes north. I'm sorry, it goes up all the way to the ceiling. Before I go too far, let me make a special note about the ceiling tile in here. The ceiling tile has been decorated. We need to make sure we cover that completely. So I'm going to go over each ceiling tile to show what it is. We're going to start at the door. This is the south wall. You show the ceiling tile. I'm walking from east to west. There's a bird on this one.
Student flipped me a bird, so he didn't want to be written up.
He did good.
Best prank I've ever seen.
So you heard that, right? The student flipped her a bird. You get it? Flipped her a bird. A bird upside down. How about that? So, again, we don't want to make sure these ceiling tiles stay in shape. Right where the fan is, you'll see that there's some scratch area or something on the tile. Again, more ceiling tiles. You can again see that crack in the wall next to the conduit going up the entire wall. We're back at the east wall. I'll make sure I get these covered. These going from east to west. We go next to next row, going from west to east. For reference sake, we're just under the above the door 29-031. We're going to go farther to the north. Make sure we cover all the ceiling tiles. And this is the north wall ceiling tiles. Okay, so we're going to face south. Look at the south wall. From bottom to top, there's the outside window. This is the far east window. You note that window is a little bit, it's not straight, it's leaning a little bit to the left. Middle window's closed, but we'll note there's a section of base plate missing between these two windows, between the final east window, the middle window. Below that, you'll see some base plate missing. It goes along the side and still missing for a ways, but right before it gets to the first window, I'm going to show the west wall. To the entire north wall. I note that the pencil sharpener is broken or is not in place. And there are 3 holes in the wall next to the middle door. This is your east wall, and we're going to head out. We're now going to go into room number 29-107 as per the wall plaque. The plaque above the door says 29-015. We need to again put both numbers down. Looking at the outside of the door, there are some scratches on the door, wear and tear scratches, no major damage. You'll see where some paint was on the door, some tape maybe was on the door, but it's off now. I need to make sure I can look up overhead, and I think I showed this in an earlier part of the video, but the trim around the light is missing, is falling down, not missing, it's falling down. This is on the door we just looked at. It's right above the door. There's 2 lights here. There's an east and a west light. So as you see, let me find them here. There are there is the west light, which is over the room we're going to go into now. Then there's a east light, which is okay. Now coming into this room, 29-107, we're looking toward the west. No TV, talk, or no talking. Go kind of to the window of the room and look around. We're going to go back to the door that we just came in. I'm going to note that there is some type of damage there to the concrete right next to the door, and there are 3 holes in the wall where screws were. This is the south east corner of the room. I'm going to pan around and look at the ceiling. Another interesting ceiling tile. You'll see it's been sprayed black or has black on it. Maybe there's, I can't tell. The tiles are covered in black. The lights are light. This is the southwest corner of the room. The first window to the southwest. Second window, I noticed a blind at the very top has some issue up there. It's not hanging correctly. Not sure if it's damaged or not, but it's not correct. And then this is the third one next to the indoor entrance. We'll look at the east wall. We saw the damage to the concrete there. This is the northeast corner of the room. We'll go in those rooms shortly. This is the north wall. Again, you're seeing interesting ceiling tile. You look at the north wall. Northwest corner. I will note that in the northwest corner there are some tiles that have been removed and there's cables hanging out of them. This is the exact northwest corner. So you'll see that tile is missing. See the cable coming out there just past the flag. You'll see where there is more tiles missing, more cables coming out. You can see the cable up underneath there. This is the west wall. Sorry, this is the west wall. I'm facing west. Again, all these tiles are missing. There's little strips of tile and there's cables coming out, hanging down. We're now at the southwest corner, just behind the TV. And again, this is the southwest corner, and we will look at the west wall. Now I'm going to go into on the east wall is a doorway. That doorway is 29-012. We'll notice some minor tape damage at the bottom. This is, as before, a hallway with 2 material storage rooms and 2 toilets. The first one on my left, or the north side, is room 29-011. Above, the door tag does agree with that. 29-011. This is the female toilet. This is the southwest corner. Can you see some holes in the wall just below the soap dispenser next to the mirror? Again, you'll note that there are some water staining around the vent. I note there's some, is that a crack? I think there's a small crack in the southwest corner above the door. Let's get the bearings here. Here's a door corner. Okay, you're looking out into the hallway. The door corner, you see the yellow line, and at the bottom here looks like a crack right there that runs up to the top. This is the west wall. And here's behind the wall, behind the door. Okay. Next, we're going to look to the south and look at room number 29-013, material storage room. Already opened that room up. Go inside. We see this is a small room starting at the east wall. That's the northeast corner. A very, very minor divot in the ceiling tile. This is the southeast corner. Flooring. In the southwest corner, there's a crack, substantial kind of crack. It's kind of a hairline crack in the wall, starting probably about 4 foot high, almost 4.5, maybe almost 5 foot high. That crack goes in and out, all the way up, almost to the ceiling. That's in the southwest corner. The door we just came in. Look at the light off. Go down the hall to the east, on the left. There is the men's toilet. 29-006. The number above the doors coincides with that. 29-006. But that door above the door plate is damaged, is bent. Going into the men's toilet floor, the west wall, there's some some profanity, kind of hard to see upside down, but it says F-U-C-K, then Y-O-U, then B-I-T-C-H written up there. This is the northeast corner. And this is the southeast corner. There's the door. I'm going to close the door a little bit. And head back out. We're now going to go into another material storage room. Room 29-007. The above placket reads the same. There's a minor black scratch on the door on the east side of the door, then about a little below the middle. There's a white something paint or scuff mark at the bottom of the door. You go in, you're going to start looking to our right, which is west. Not much to see here. I don't notice anything. Well, yes, I do. In the south, get up here, south east corner, there is a crack in the wall. It starts just below the top shelf. You can see it there. It goes above the shelf and goes up all the way up to the ceiling. Again, that's in the south east corner of the room. Turn around. Door we just came into. This is the north wall. Quick look behind the door. Nothing much to report except a slight bit of the rubber base plate is coming loose. Close and lock that door. This is that same hallway looking from east to west now. We're going to come in the room now and facing east, looking at the east wall. We'll step into the room, turn and face south. This is the farthest south window. We'll note some minor damage to that south blind. You'll note toward the middle, there's some damage. And then at the very top corner, this is the west corner, west side of the blinds. The middle set of blinds doesn't look damaged, it's just like it's leaning to one side. See, the blinds are leaning not quite horizontally. The blinds closer to the door, this is the west set of blinds. You'll notice that there's some minor damage in several areas on the bottom right, middle, on the west side. East and west side, you see some minor damage. Very minor, but note it. We're back looking now at the east wall. We'll note there's some water staining by the second, against the wall by the second light, starting from south to north. The staining there. Panning around, so that's the north east corner. This is the north wall. This is looking at the northwest corner of the room. The teacher's planning room we're going to go into in just a second. Looking back now at the west wall. This is the door we came in to my left, which is to the south. There's a pegboard of some kind, cloth pegboard. On the bottom I will note that there is some rubber base plate came loose. We're now going into room 29005, and the plate up above the doors coincides with that, 29-005. I want to make note that we did just come through this door a second ago. We came through the middle door here. We went outside the corner and came into this room. That's all on the west side of the room. This is on the northwest corner, teacher's planning area, planning room. We're looking to the west now. So on the left part of your screen, you see the room we just came out of. Teacher's planning area. A couple minor divots on the tile up top, nothing major. Looking at the south wall. Southwest corner. There's some tape or something on that light that's not working. Well, not on anyway. And this is the northwest corner. We will go into that room later. This is the north wall, the teacher planning area. We're going to go into this room over here next. We're now at the entrance of room 29-110 on the faceplate, on the wall plate. The door, however, says 29-002. Note some minor paint missing around the door handle and the lock. We go into this room. We're now facing the east wall. We're now facing the north wall. This is the door we just came in. So counting from west to east, this is the first set of blinds. Those blinds have some minor damage to them at the bottom. Middle blinds, again, have some very minor damage toward the bottom. The northeast corner of the room, the blinds. I noticed also that this room has some interesting ceiling tiles. They have some, looks like aluminum foil on some of them, reflective aluminum foil. This is the northeast corner, looking at the east wall. Panning around toward the southeast corner. Now looking at the south wall, starting at the southeast corner. And the door in the corner, we just went inside that room just now. That was the 29-005, which is the teacher's planning room. Which is in the southwest corner of this room. And we're now panning around to the west wall. I'm going to go inside this room, which is 29-009, which is probably another material storage rooms and bathrooms. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to start in this room, and so when I first walk in the room, I'm going to notice here on the ground, on the corner, on the left side of the south wall, that the base plate is missing for probably about 8 or 10 feet or so. And you see it picks up close to halfway down the room. That first piece of base plate is missing, the rubber base plate. This is on the male toilet side, which is room 29004, 29-004, and the plate up top agrees with that. We'll look in this room real quick, men's toilet room. I keep seeing little stains, water stains, fluid stains around the vents. One in this bathroom also. There's a access plate, and the access plate has rust on it, but it looked like it got wet. Same with the light itself. The light itself shows that there's rust all around that. We're looking west now at the sink area, again showing 3 holes underneath the soap dispenser. Going around toward the north wall. We're going to go across the hall here to another material storage room, 29-003. Okay, this is room 29-003, material storage room. It's on the north side of the hallway. Just showing the storage, boxes, books, TV, etc. This is the north wall. And this is the door we just came in. That's the southeast corner. Next, we're going into room 29-010. That's the women's female toilet. First at the floor, and of course the door up top does coincide with that, 29-110. You'll see we're facing east. Again, same as before, there's stained on the ceiling next to the vent. 2 holes, 3 holes over by the soap dispenser, and 1 hole right directly next to it. There's also 2 holes below the toilet paper dispenser and the grab rail. We're now facing west, the west wall. Behind the door we just came in. And now we're going to go across the hall again and look at room 29-008, which is a material storage room. And the number above the door does coincide with that 29-008. Door looks great. If we come in, we notice that this one's a little bit more organized. This is the north wall. This is the northwest corner. As I get to about the middle of the room, start going up, there's looks like a copper pipe, brass or copper pipe. It shows severe moisture on the ceiling tile. You can see something has been running down that pipe. See how far I can get around that. Okay, so you can see again from the top where the moisture is, and it comes through, the penetration is, it comes through and goes down, and you can look in there real tight. You can probably see probably all the way to the floor as far as I can see without moving things. This is the northeast corner of the room. This is the east wall, southeast corner, and behind the door we just came in. Okay. We are now going to start into room 29-108. That's per the wall plate. However, above the door, the sign says, the plaque says 29-014. This the Spanish class. And we'll note that there are some minor scratches by the handle of the door and at the very bottom, but again, just minor. We're now going to walk inside the class, 29-018. We're looking west. That's the west wall. That's the northwest corner. We're looking at the northwest corner. There's the first window starting from west to east. The second window is kind of weird. It looks like, get closer here. The second window has some damage to the blinds, the bottom. This is the north wall. This is the northeast corner. It's the third blind. There's some minor damage to that blind also, but just minor. The door we just came in the northeast corner. This is the, we came in that door. This is the east wall. This is the southeast corner. There's a teacher's planning room. We were in that earlier. We're panning around. This is the south wall we're looking at now. The watermelon up top. Panning around to the southwest corner. And again, we noticed some minor things. It's not really damaged, but there's some clips in the corner, the ceiling tile up there in the southwest corner. One of the lights, one of the panels have some writing and tape or plaque on it, just to make note. VAV 1-4, 7, and 8. And I can't remember the rest of that, but the tiles have some really minor little dings in them, little spots on them, but they're not damaged. Some of the ceiling tile. Looking at the west wall, panning around toward the north. This is the northwest corner again. I'll note there is a projection camera up top, center of the classroom, and it seems to be in good condition. Again, we're back to the northeast corner where we came in. We started here earlier. This is the northeast corner of the building. I'm gonna just take a quick view down this hallway, which is on the outside, on the east side of the building. But I'm gonna go up these stairs to the top floor now. Again, we're at the northeast corner. I'm gonna look up the stairs as we go upstairs and start the second floor. Kind of a wide view as we go up the stairs. If I see anything, I'll note it. Right now, I'm just gonna carefully go up the stairs. Oh, I do see something here. On the stairs, we just came from downstairs. We're coming up the stairs at the first landing. Notice just below, probably about the third step or fourth step down, there's a small crack. You see it right here. That crack runs up the bricks. It's just some separation crack, but it's still, you got to note it. Where the handrail bends, you see the crack there. And you see it stair stepping up to the top. And it continues another couple of bricks in. Okay. That's on the, over here on the east side of the stairwell at the first landing. We're on the second floor now. We're going to turn and go to my right, which is for the north. I'm going to note the handrails. Notice on the corner, second floor, on the corner, northeast corner, there's a plate that's looks like it's coming off or been removed or something, but it's a plate not right. I'm going to turn to our left, which is going west. Outside, looking south, there's some high windows. It's in good condition. You got the handrails. We're going into the door plate is covered. Up above it says room 29-049. You walk in the room here facing east, looking at the northeast corner. This is the northwest corner, the door we just came in. You know, the condition of the blinds. This is the first blind, the high tilt window I mentioned outside. This is that was the far west. This is the middle, north wall of the room, and this is the northeast corner window. Looking at the east wall, and note on the wall below the television that there's a spill of some kind on the wall, red. Looking at the east wall, that is the east southeast corner. Looking at the south wall, get a little closer here. And because before we go to the south wall, go back to the east wall again. East wall, you notice some of the base plate, rubber base plate is coming off. You're going to notice, I can't tell what this is from this distance, but I'll zoom in close. There is something in the middle of the room, black, could be a crack, could be, I don't know what it could be, but it's in the middle of the room on the south wall, pretty much the center of the room. You'll also see some minor paint missing, or maybe some paper stuck on the wall there too. Again, that's the south wall. Going around to the, that's the southwest corner. We'll go in that room in a second. That's the teacher's planning room. This is the west wall. I'm going to go back toward the northwest wall where we came in. That's the door. So the first thing we do is go in to the middle door here, which is, as there's downstairs, a teacher's probably a material storage area and bathrooms. This is 29-056. Before I go in and look at the bottom of the door, to the south of the door, there's some, again, a rubber base plate coming off. There's some minor holes in the wall. Okay, we're going to go into there. Just a quick note that just above this door, you'll see the this door going in, 29-056. To the right, there's one of those permanently installed hanging things that you slide papers into. There's a piece missing out of this one. You see the blank area there? If I go down toward the end, you'll see again, there's some missing right there. Okay? Okay, so we're inside the room 29-056. There's a hallway as usual. We're going to look at the floor and note to the left first, which is south, the south wall where the male toilet is. You'll see that the base plate there is coming off in the corner. If you go down the room, you'll see more of it's coming off, and then even more of it's coming off. Then the last section is completely gone, going to the next room down there. On the right side, or the north side, you'll see the same thing happening. You'll get a wide view. You'll see that we are right here by the material storage area. Look down, you'll see the corner, you'll see the base plate is coming off. There's a large section missing, and the corner's coming off of the first section. And toward the end, you'll see, again, base plates coming off. So, first thing we're going to do here is room 29-051, male toilet. There's some minor staining at the very top. I thought I saw a crack, but that's not a crack. That looks like somebody wrote here with a pen. So this black you see here is writing on the block. It's not a crack. Same thing a little bit farther in. You'll see more of this. This is someone wrote here. It's not a crack in the wall or the tile. 2 screws below the toilet paper dispenser. 3 screws below the soap dispenser. Screws on both sides of the, screw holes on both sides of the paper towel dispenser. You'll see one on the right side here. If you look in the mirror, you'll see two on the other side. Now we're going to go into room 29050, a material storage room, which is directly across from the men's toilet. The door plate up top does coincide with that number. Again, as we go in and look down, you'll see that base plate that's coming off on the left side. Small room again. Just noting the condition of the room. Out, closing the door, locking it. As I walk down the hallway, you can better see the base plate that's off the floor. In the hallway is room 29-057. Women's toilet. And the plate above that does agree with that. There it is. We will note that the mirrors have scratches on them. See several scratches on the mirrors. We'll also see scratch on the paper towel dispenser. We'll see the same normal 3 red holes where something is below the below the soap dispenser. We'll see 2 holes in the towel below the paper towel below the toilet paper dispenser. This is the southwest corner. It's the northwest corner. And quickly behind the door, notice at the hinge, the bottom, the bolt is kind of coming out of the holder. Oh. And I did this behind the door. I'm in the men's restroom again. Behind the door, you'll see a lot of someone scratched something off, whatever was there. And you also see this area here, which is right next with those. I'll give you a wider view. See the handle, the light switch. Above the light switch, there's just, it's not damaged, but it's just some caulk missing. Across from this hall, across from the ladies' toilet, there's room 29055, material storage. Door looks good. As we go in, door we just came through. Southwest corner. That tile's a little bit cracked. That corner right there. A bit cracked. It's a Y-shaped crack. It's the northwest corner. This is the north wall. There's nothing to report here. I don't see anything. North east corner. East wall. southeast corner. And again, as we come out, I'm going to look back from west to east this time and note that you see that baseboard, rubber baseboard material is coming up. Close this door. We're now going to go into room 29-208. It's an English room on the wall plate. The door plate says, well, the door says 29-16061. We go in, we're facing west. Looking at the northwest corner. It's the north wall, windows, wall, floor that we just came into. That's the northeast door. On the east wall, below the board here, you'll see that on the base plate is coming off a little bit. This is the hallway we just came through. This is the southeast corner of the room. The desk with a bad dent in it in the back row. South wall. South west corner. And again, the west wall. I'll note here that the projector is not in place in this room. There's no projector, just the material hanging down, equipment. We're going into a teacher planning room, room number 29-052. And the door plate agrees with that up top. This is in the south east corner of the room we're just in. So we have just come out of this room to the left here, the northwest corner, sorry. We're facing north. We have the north wall. This is the northeast corner. I'm going to note that the northeast corner of this room, there are two doors. This is the northeast corner, and this is, the southeast corner of this room. That door, there's a stair-step crack in the corner. You see it right there. That's the top corner in the southeast corner. And this is the southwest corner. We're now at room 29207. Just open the door. I want to mention that the outside of the door has some minor paint missing. This area right here. That's about all. But as I look in the door and look into the door and down, you'll notice just above the threshold, just west of the threshold, there's severe cracking in the linoleum. There was a rug there. I kind of pushed it out of the way. You can see the cracking and double cracking running from south to north. I'll push the rug back where it was. This is the door we just came in the south east corner. See, the door has some minor paint chips and things on it. We're looking at the south wall. In the middle of the room, it's the south wall where the middle window is. We'll note that there's some staining in the tiles. It's a third large, the second and third large tiles. There's a little bit of staining next to that also. That's the southwest corner. This is the west wall. The north wall. This is the planning room we just came out of a minute ago. We're going to go into this hallway. We're now facing east. This is the teacher's planning room we just came out a few minutes ago. We came into that other door, which is on the southeast corner. We're now going to go into the middle door, which is where the teacher's storage material room and restrooms are. This is room number, hallway number 29059, 29-059. First thing we see is the to the left or the north is the women's female toilet, room 29-058, and the plate above the door agrees with that. Same three little holes in the wall underneath the soap dispenser. We're going to go into room 29-060, material storage room. Again, it's material stored, books, supplies, arts, storage containers. This is the southwest corner. This is the northwest corner, the door we just came through. It's the northeast corner. I know that this file cabinet down here at the bottom by the door has been pushed in. You can view the entire hallway from west to east. We go to 29053, male toilet. 29053. The door just has some, as you saw just then, just has, you can see it right now, has some tape marks on it, residue. There's some minor cracking on the tile just below, just before you go through the threshold of the door. Same 3 screw holes underneath the soap dispenser, 2 holes beneath the toilet paper dispenser. There is a spatter, colored red and blue spatter on the wall, on the ceiling. This is the facing east. And also in the northeast corner, there's a minor crack right in the tile joint, the corner. You see it going up. Now I'm going to go into room 2954, 29-054, 29-054. This is facing south. Just came in the room. This is the southwest corner. Northwest corner. This is the north wall behind the door. We're going to look at the room from the east facing west from the hallway. Going to room 29-209. It's an English room. The door, however, above that says 29-048. We know that on the door itself there's, focus in here for you, there's a lot of tape residue on the door. And some scratches around the handle. We go in the room facing the east. This is the southeast corner. Looking at the floor, windows, ceiling. This is the southwest corner, the door we just came in. In the middle of the room, there's a door, 29-059, which we just came through, looking at the maintenance rooms and the storage rooms and the restrooms. At the bottom of that door, I'm going to note that some of the rubber baseboard is coming off. This is the northwest corner. This is the north wall of the room. Again, this is this entire, so northeast corner, and this is the east wall. You can see the same minor defects on that apparatus that holds the papers in place. Some of them are kind of hanging down a little bit. So that piece right there, where is it? Right there. On the other side of the projector screen, you'll see up above, you'll see some pieces that are not in place. And now we're going over to the southeast corner. The projector is installed. It's just turning to the left a little bit because I guess the screen's not working directly in front of it. This is room 29-060. 052, teacher planning room, which we went in earlier. We're on the south side of the building. This is the southeast corner. We just did the classroom here. We're going to start walking down the hallway toward the west. We're going to come to mechanical room. We'll look inside there real quick. I'm facing north. This is the south side of the building. The wall plate says room 29-066, and the door plate says the same thing. Okay, we just came in the control room. You see the door we just came through? This is the southeast corner of the room. See all the controls. This is the northeast corner of the room. Looking at the northwest corner of the room, where AC units are. Going to back out looking at the west side of the room. Note that one of the lights here in front in the middle of the room is out. This is the southwest corner of the room, in the west wall. You can see where someone's been working up there. Okay. We'll come out, lock this door, and close the fence behind us. We're now heading farther toward the west. You're going to note the condition of the wall and the windows. There are some minor cracks in the concrete here. This is just west of the mechanical room we just left out of. The cracks in the wall and the floorway going from south to north. We have some more classrooms to go in. We go in classroom number 29-205. However, the plate above that door does not match, and it says 29-068. That door has a substantial amount of tape on it. I want to make note, it's kind of dark right here. There's two lights overhead. And if you look up, you'll see the light on the left, on the west side, is on. The light over the door we just mentioned is not working. We go inside this room, 29-205, walk in toward the east. That's the southeast corner. We'll look at the south wall. All three windows. Window facing the window furthest to the east, that's the southeast window. Middle window. And the first window by the door we just came in. This is the west wall. There's a middle door there, which normally means male and female toilet area and maintenance storage. Another teacher planning room. That's the northwest corner of the room. It's the north wall. Nothing to report here. There's a cable coming out of the ceiling tile, and the ceiling tile is pushed up and moved in that corner. That's the northeast corner. Now I'll turn around and get the east wall. And we're back to the northeast corner. Turn around here and go into room 29-078, 29-078. Before I go in, that's the hallway where the men's and women's toilet is. There are 3 small holes in the wall just north of that door. And somebody wrote or scratched HR. If I can get in there and show it to you here. 1 second, please. On the door itself, right at the window. So I look down the hallway here, I can see the material storage door, room 29-073. So I can walk in this door, look at the south wall, and so the maintenance storage room, 29-073, about, let's say 18 inches or so from the southeast corner, there is a crack in the wall. The crack there comes from the ceiling tile down. It comes down past the first shelf. You see it into the second shelf. And then you see it to the third shelf, starting from top to bottom. You can see it down into the fourth shelf. As far as I can see, I can't see the next 2 shelves, but from the bottom, there's a floor. Here's the first shelf. The next shelf, the second shelf, shows where the crack is. Then it goes up to the third shelf, to the fourth shelf, the fifth shelf, up to ceiling tile. That was the southeast corner. This is the southwest corner, the room. Looks good. West wall, northwest corner. And this is your wall we just came through, and behind the door. Looks good. Going next to the men's toilet, 29-072. The plate up above agrees with that. This is the southwest corner. You see the two screws, holes next to the dispenser, paper towel dispenser. You'll see some holes below the soap dispenser and some like tape or some minor damage next to the dispenser. You'll see a couple holes under the toilet paper dispenser. This is the northeast corner. The door we just came in, so everything looks pretty good. Go now to room number 29-079, material storage room. The plate up above agrees with that. Again, this is in the hallway material storage room. Walking in the door, looking to my left, which is east. That's southeast corner, viewing the south wall. Southwest corner, south wall. There's nothing significant to report. Behind the door, this is the northwest corner. Little piece of that floor baseboard rubber stuff coming off. And we're going to go into the female toilet, which is 27-077. The door plate up top says the same thing. Before I go in there, I'm just stop and look at it again. That's 29-077. And below that, you'll see the floor where the floor baseboard, rubber baseboard, has come off an entire section. You see that? That's on the north side of the wall, right below the women's toilet. Looking at the northeast corner, again, the two holes below the paper towel dispenser. There's 3 holes below the soap dispenser. Southeast corner. And northwest corner. There's something on the wall here. There's some damage, but it's not damage. Looks like, see my hand, looks like marker. It's not damaged. We're now at room 29-071, teacher planning room, 29-071. We're facing west. Starting from the northwest corner. No real damage. We're in the northeast corner now, looking up the wall. There's some minor damage up top next to the door. This is the north door. We're facing east. Now looking at room 29-206, an English room. With a door up top. It's getting really dark out here, sorry. I'll get a light in a second. It says 29-067. They do not coincide. The door does have tape all over it, tape residue. When I come in the room, first thing I notice looking down that the linoleum tile has cracks going from north to south. I'm looking east, looking at the northeast corner. Looking at the east wall. That's the southeast corner. This is the south wall. I'm going to note that in that west wall, it's the southwest wall, there are some holes in the wall where something was mounted before. A small hole below that. This is the west wall. And this is the northwest corner that we just came in. But note, for some reason, there's some green tape over the over something. Switches, maybe. And also note that there is, before we go into the main middle hallway where the maintenance room and the bathrooms are, we notice there's some round splotches on the wall. Something may have been glued there before. This is room number 29-075. As we go into this room, 29-075, this is the hallway. We walk in first, and to our left we have the men's toilet, room number 29-070, and the plate above that agrees with that. This is the south wall. 2 holes beneath the toilet paper dispenser. This looks like damage up here above the light switch, but it's not. It's marker. I'm going to go across the hall here to 29-069, maintenance material storage, and the plate up above that agrees with that, 29-069. Turning into my left, which is the west wall. Not much to show at all. There's some base plate, rubber base plate here on the east wall in the southeast corner that's coming off. Back out this door. We're going to room 29-076, and the plate above the door agrees with that. This is the women's toilet, the female toilet. Three holes below the soap dispenser, 2 holes below the toilet paper dispenser. There's a slight crack in the towel at the very base where it meets the floor, just north of the toilet on the east wall. This is the west wall, the door we just came in. Quick look behind it. Looks good. We're going to go across to the material storage room number 29-074. 29-074. Looking at the northeast corner. I'm going to have to try to get this for you. If you looked in the back, in that corner, the northeast corner, You can see above that box behind there, there's a crack in the wall. Okay, now zoom out, you see where you are. So the reference point, there's a floor, first shelf, second shelf, third shelf, where that box is. Back there behind that box, third shelf up, you'll see a crack in the corner, the northeast crack. That crack is also on the next shelf, which is the fourth shelf in the same corner. And then up top, you can see it again where it runs into the ceiling on the fifth shelf. That's the northeast corner. This is the complete north wall. Nothing else to note. There's a crack in the northwest corner. You can see that real quick right there. Up top. Then there's nothing here in the southwest corner. Look behind the door real quick. And on the base, there's the rubber base plate is coming off in the maintenance storage room, right behind the door. We're going to finish up the job here and do a little bit more. It's dark outside. The insides are easily recorded, but the outside is a little bit harder. So we are at the southwest corner of the building 29. We're at the stairs. We look down below here, we'll see that there's a crack running east to west, right at the base of the west wall. We go up the steps. I'm just walking until I see something here. So right at the first, on the other side, at the first landing, you're going to note that there is a crack, separation. You can see it right here, going up where the top meets the other section here, right above the handrail. You can see how it's separated up there. That runs from about the third step up to the corner where it turns in about 3 more blocks. I continue going up the steps. Some other minor separation, stair step cracks, nothing major. We got another piece up here that's just the second one. The more major one is here, just you see the top of the steps and the handrail. The handrail comes down, and at this first support, after it comes down, there's a support at the top. At this second support right here, behind that support, down about less than a foot, you can see right here another stair step crack, or crack running across the bricks. We're going to go into room number 29-203, that's 29-203, Social Studies. At the door, you'll see that it says 29-081. This door does show, it does show there's some tape residue on it. Also show, that's okay. Okay, it's better. When we come in the room, we're facing west. Again, this is room 29-203 per the wall ID plate. We're facing west. We're going to turn and look at the south wall. We're going to start where the door we just came in. We're looking south. First window, counting from east to west. It's the south wall. There is stuff on the wall. It looks like glue. It's yellow, but it's not damaged. You'll see here by the second middle window, there's that same residue. That is the third window and the southwest corner. Again, you see below that window lots of that residue where something was glued there. I'm going to come back to that south wall, come to the middle window, and look up at the tile, ceiling tile. Ceiling tile is has some major stains, water stains. There's 3 of those. Looking at the west wall. Going toward the northwest corner. I'm going to note that the projector is not in place. The bracket and the wires there, but no projector. We're coming around now, looking at the north wall. Starting back at the southeast corner, looking at the east wall, floor. We've already come through that middle door, which is 29-078. We now go into the teacher's planning room in the northeast corner. It's 29071. Okay, again, this is teacher planning room 29-071. The door plate up top agrees with that. We come in, looking down, usually at first. To my left, I'm looking to see that in the floor there are the linoleum tile has some damage to it. Right here, and right inside the doorway, left-hand side, north of the entrance we just came in. I think we just came in this room earlier, but I'm going to do it again to make sure. A little confused. Okay. Again, we're going to go around this room real quick. We went in the other rooms already. This is the north wall. I'm going to go to the north room in just a second. We're going to head into room number 29-204. The wall plate again says 2-9204. The plate above the door does not agree with that. And it says, hold on a second. It says 29-080. As we go in the room to the floor, coming in, we're going to look to our start back where we came in. This is the northeast corner, the door is. Notice there's some scratches on the door, and also there's a matty ice, a couple of times written on there, and some scratches. We're going to note that below the first window, which is the window to the far northeast, there's some damage, some slight damage to the concrete block. There's some minor separation in that first tile and up against the wall. There's a door we just came in, the matty ice on it. If you look down facing north, that north wall, at the floor line, there is some minor separation to a few of those tiles for probably a good 6 feet or so. You can see it just above that book. This is the north wall, northwest corner. Here's the TV. It's kind of leaning, the power cords and different miscellaneous cords coming from it. We'll note that there is a projector in this room, and there's a plate next to the projector that's a little bit loose. This is the west wall. And notice toward the southwest corner, that same apparatus that holds the papers up is kind of coming down a little bit. You can see it right there toward the southwest corner. This is the south wall showing the desk area, wall, floor, cabinetry, and the entrance to the teacher planning area. This is the this is the east wall. That's the southeast corner. We'll note that the second light from the southeast wall, the light is a little bit loose up there. You can see it right there. And some of those tiles are just a little bit loose. There's some staining on the floor next to the hallway where the maintenance rooms are and the restrooms are. There's some staining on the floor. Again, on this east wall, you'll see that same apparatus that holds papers up has some minor issues. Hold on a second here. You can see where it's kind of coming down a little bit. And again, toward the end of it, in the northeast corner, it's just coming down a little bit right there. Okay. We're now still on the second floor, building 29. We're going to go into another mechanical room and electrical room. This is room number 29-064, electrical room. Already got a door propped open. You come in this room here and seems to be in good condition. Noting the condition of the wall, there's a hole in the wall, there's a vent up top. Floor area. Looking at the northwest corner. This is the west corner. We're going to go into room 29-065, systems room. Looking south now, it's the south wall. There's not much in here. This is the southwest corner of the room. It's the west wall. This is the northwest corner of the room. You have an access to the roof. And we're going to go back outside the room. There's a slight hairline crack on this floor here, right next to the roof access ladder, running from south to north. You see it on the floor here. And it runs back all the way to the electrical area, the Ethernet area, systems area. We're in room 29-063, a custodial room. Mr. Wayne. Who happens to be a Christian and a Buccaneer fan. It's a good combination. Colossians 3:23, perfect. Looking south, it's a very small room. And we're looking south. This is the north east corner. It's the north wall. The door we just came out of. Or came into, sorry. I'm gonna head back out. We're now at the northwest corner of the building, second floor. We're going to go into, the sign right here says 28-202, that 29. Let's get a little closer here. Yes, sorry. The sign says, back out again. The sign says 29-202. And you'll see on that same sign, you'll see the top left corner says 29-087, which coincides with what's over the door, which says 29-087. The door has some scratches around the handle, where the handle looks like it's scratched the paint. Come in the room now. We're looking toward our west. We're going to stop and turn around and start at the door we just came in through. This is the entrance. This is the northeast corner of this room. You'll see the mural painting on the wall over the door. It's a tree of some kind. You'll see the blinds are pulled up tight. It looks like they're kind of not in good array. A little bit of damage. This is the north wall. This room has 5 windows. Okay, again, starting at the northeast corner, panning around to the north, looking at the cabinets, the wall, the windows, blinds, lights, ceiling tiles, all that. So I pan around and look at the northwest corner, in the corner, next to that tree mural painted on the wall. I guess is that it's something tree on the wall. The top tile is pushed up. Looking now at the west wall. And I want to get closer to make sure. See the clock up in the middle? Just above that clock, it looks like a crack in the wall, but it is not. Let's make sure. No, it is not a crack in the wall. It just looks like a crack in the wall. It's a piece of string or something coming out from the ceiling tile down to behind the clock. Make sure I pointed that out. Again, we're looking at the west wall. There's that clock in the middle. We're panning around toward the south. This is the southwest corner. Panning around now toward the south. There are two doors there on the south. Look inside those doors in just a second. Excuse me. Look back toward the southeast. And this is the east wall. I'm going to start by going inside these doors. This is door number 29089. This is in the southwest corner of the room. Excuse me. Got the door open now. Room 29-089. This is in the southwest corner of the classroom. Sign says material storage 29089. We're looking at the southwest corner. West wall. This is the north wall inside this room, and I noticed that at the floor line there's the rubber baseboard materials coming off. North wall, northeast corner. This is the east wall, floor, and the southeast corner. The rest of the south wall. Now going to the middle room. It's room 29. This room is on the south side of the wall of the room. 29-088. See it up here, 29-088. We'll note in the middle of the door on the frame there's some paint. Note that the baseboard at the very bottom is patched together, and you see it's separated a little bit. I'm going to walk in facing south. Look to my left, which is the southeast corner of the room, from top to bottom. This is the northeast corner. This is the north wall inside this room. This is the northwest corner. We just came through that door. West wall. And this is the southwest corner. Nothing much to report. We're going to go into the teacher planning room. This is the door we just came in. Right next to that is the teacher planning room, room number 29-082. 29-082. There are some, in front of this door, well, see, on this wall, this is the east wall. The door we came in, you're gonna notice there's some black marks on the floor. Those are actually dents in the floor. Those are not just, these are material missing out of the floor. It's not just a black spot. There's linoleum actually missing in those spots. Those are holes. So I see 4 of them right here. I'll give you a wider view of that. Okay, so there's one there, one over there, one next to the wall over there. Right here, there's 4. Also, on this wall, on this same east wall, there is, you can see it right here. There's a stair step crack. So this is, you're looking at the door, go to your right, which is heading south, looking at the east wall, and you'll see a stair step crack. And it's kind of hard to see, but it starts way here in the dark chocolate. It starts just above the first brick. Right, and it goes up right here next to the outlet. It turns right to the south and goes to the edge of that paint. It then goes up a brick, turns right again to the south, and goes up a brick again to the window corner. Here's the overall view of it. We're going to go inside this teacher planning room, 29-082. Notice some staining on the floor. This is the southeast corner. This is the northeast wall corner. This is the northwest corner. You see at the door we just came in at the bottom, you'll see that some of the rubber base plate is coming off the wall. This is the door we just came in. Okay, we're at the southeast corner of the room. We're going to go through this doorway. The room number, the doorway number is 29-084. 29-084. Wait, before I go in there, looking again at this east wall, there's another spot here on the floor. We just came out of the teacher planning room. Go to the south a little bit, then go down just a little bit north of the 110 outlet, the double 110 outlet you see on the floor. There's another spot where the linoleum has been removed. Okay, now let's go into this room, 29-084. Okay, in this room there is 2 rooms. I'm assuming this first room is a men's toilet room. The room number over the door is 29-083. You'll see where the door wall plaque is missing. You also notice on the floor here that the looking north, looking at the rubber baseboard is coming apart. There's also some caulk missing around the 110 outlet. Going in the restroom here, you're going to look to the my left, which is west. Again, you're going to see, starting here at the wall, see the 110 outlet does not have a plate on it. that was south wall. Looking toward the direct west, you'll see that the 3 holes and then 2 more holes below the soap dispenser. And there's something like some adhesive next to the soap dispenser. And look up at the ceiling. It's just some toilet paper stuck up there, but there's nothing broken. You'll see some marks over the toilet paper dispenser, where that's a pin or a marker that's not a dent or damage. Looking down. And we look back out the door we just came in. Across the hall from this is the female toilet. It's room number 29-085. Looking at the floor. What's this? Let's back before I go inside the women's toilet room. Let's look. This is the door we just came in. It's kind of hard to see. Right in the center, see the blocks. Right in the center, there's like a beam or maybe something. Just there's no block cuts there. On the right side, let's get closer here. On both sides, there's just some cracking starting from the floor, from the baseboard going up. I'm going to kind of point to it here. You can see here, there's cracking in the wall. My hand. Okay, there's cracking in the wall here. It's going up. It goes up all the way up to the ceiling. Notice it on both sides. You can see it here on both sides. There's some cracking in the paint. It could be deeper. I don't know. I'm just going to show the cracking in the wall. Next to that, to the south, you can see there's that middle part. To the south, about 3 foot up or so, there's a hole in the wall. There's actually a hole in the wall. And now we're going to go into room 29085, 29-085, women's toilet. Come in, look to my right with the toilet seat itself. You'll see 2 holes on the wall, the tile below the toilet paper dispenser. The west wall, you'll see 3 holes in the wall under the soap dispenser. Looking at the floor, the walls, drain, it's all good. Again, on the north wall here, you'll see some areas. This is not a break. This is like a pencil or pen mark. Looking at the east wall, the door we just came in, there's a, no, it's nothing, it's just dirty. Okay. We're going to go now into room 29-201 for the wall plate. Above that door, it says 29-091. They don't coincide, but again, it's 29201 and 29-091. The door looks in good condition. There's some scratches again next to the handle, and there's some tape and scratches on the door exterior. As we walk into the room, we're going to look down and note right here at the threshold there are some cracks in the linoleum. You can see the cracks down there in the linoleum running from east to west. you walk into the room, we're facing west. I'm going to step around and look over here. This is, we just came in the door. This is the southeast corner. This is the first window counting from east to west. The blinds are up. That is now looking at the southwest corner. This is the west wall. There's a room over here to my right in the northwest corner. We're going to that room in just a second. I'm going to look up here and note that, where is it? That there is a area for the projector. There's no projector there. Before I go in that room over there in the corner, northwest corner, I'm going to keep scanning around the room and notice the north wall. Those ceiling tiles are just kind of buckled a little bit in the corner. It's not severe. The top corner, north wall. And we look to our right, farther, looking directly north now. That is the classroom we just came out of just now. So the corner just came from that room, which is 29-084. And this is the east wall. Came out of that classroom over there. This is the east wall. We're going to go into room 29086. Doesn't say what's in here. We'll find out when we get inside, right? Like a kind of a teacher's storage / work area room. This is the entrance. The south, looking at the east wall. This is the northeast corner we're looking at now. Looking at the southeast corner. Get in here if we can. This is the south wall, southwest corner. This is the west wall of the room. And this is the door we just came in. This is the northwest corner of this little room. I'm going to go toward the back here, the northwest corner of the room here, and look at room 29-090, material storage. Above the door says the same thing, 29-090. This is the northwest corner. I'm going to look starting at the southwest corner. Looking at the west wall, the northwest corner. And we have an issue here in the northwest corner. I'm going to get up a little higher here. The northwest corner, there's a crack in the wall. It's just a half brick higher than the shelf. That's the 5th shelf, the top shelf. You can see a crack in the concrete. It runs along the north wall, probably about 2.5 feet or so. This is the north wall. You see that crack up above a little bit there in the corner. All right, above that fifth shelf. Looking at the northeast corner of the room, kind of just behind the door. Over at the bottom of the wall, the floor where the floor meets, the rubber base plate is a little bit loose. Up here. And we're going to go and exit this room now. So we just came out of room 29-201. This is at the very west end of the building. This is the southwest classroom. We're going to walk around the exterior of this building, the top floor here, looking at the windows. We'll catch the two staircases and we'll kind of call it quits. Looking at the middle window, this was the first window counting from east to west, second window. I'm gonna turn around and look. Oh, there's more rooms back here. I don't see any damage to the handrails at all. Just some scratches and scrapes. Just wear. We're at the very west end of the building. It's dark out there, but you can see the lights in the courtyard in the office building. So I'm gonna turn around and we have a workroom here, 29-092. 2-092, and the door plate above it agrees with that. Okay. We're going to go inside this room. We go in, the first thing we notice is at the bottom on the floor here, the linoleum tiles are a little cracked. This is another small room. We're facing east. This is the southeast corner. There's some things in here that's being stored, artwork, etc. This is the northeast corner. This is the north wall. Northwest corner wall. And this is the north wall. I'm sorry. Wow. This is the west wall. Sorry. That's the northwest corner, and this is the west wall, interior of the west wall. Don't see anything to note. The light panel light is not on, did not come on. And the light on the north side of the room up top here is not on, and it's not closed completely. Okay. What we're going to do now is just kind of walk across these lockers. And the lights just went off, so we don't have any, not good light here for this. If I note anything, I'm going to stop and look at it. I'm walking from south to north. I do see some dented lockers as we come across them. Locker number 271 has a dent in the middle. They all have scratches on them and things, but they're not dented. Some more lockers have some minor dents up top here. Locker number 261 and 259 have dents. Locker 251 has a dent in the middle of the vents. They all have some damage, but there's nothing's major. Well, this isn't the best condition, but And the handrails look to be in good condition. We're going to head down the steps. Notice at the top step here, you see where it's tied in. It's got a little crack going across it from south to north. We're going to go down the steps, watching the handrails, watching the steps themselves. We're going to hold on with one hand and film with the other. If I see anything, I'll just stop and look at it. But right now, I'm just looking as I go down. Hold on a second here. I will note here that there is a crack, a separation. Came from the top, walked down to the first level here. And just above that, starting the handrail has its first bend. It came from top to the first level. Right above that, the top, there is a hairline crack. It goes down the wall. It follows the cap all the way down. You see it gets a little wider. Be a little closer. You can see it better. So we're going to look at it again. There's that crack. You see it widen out. You look and see that it's right above that handrail. Now come back down, and it the crack gets wider. You can see the crack getting wider at top, at the cap, up here. Here, and then I guess it goes right here, and it's been patched. Maybe it's an expansion joint, maybe, but it stops right there. Then you walk down after the first stop here, and you see it picks up again. It starts. I'm looking north now. This is the north side of this walkway, the north wall. There's that expansion where that first crack stops. Where are my hands? Okay, it stops right here. It comes down the wall to right here to the handrail. That's an expansion joint. And you notice at the bottom there, the steps have a crack in it. If you go back up top, starting at this expansion joint, you go down about 1.5 feet or so, you see this crack starts back again right here. Okay, and it goes down the wall, and you can see it stops again right by in front of the beam. Then it picks up again after the beam and keeps going. And it comes down to right about equal with the first step or the end of the handrail. I know it's kind of hard to see, but I wanted to document it. The lighting's not good now. It's kind of late, but I want to just show it. The last thing I want to show you on this side is at the bottom, there is a crack in the steps itself. The very first step on the right side of the south side. And this is the north set of steps. The north set of concrete steps on the northwest corner of the building. That first step has a crack, a break in that first step. Give you an overall view real quick. So looking up the step, we just came down those steps. And this is that south corner. First step is broken. We walked by the next set of lockers. There's no real damage, just some dent here and there, and we're now coming up to the other workroom. It's been a long day. I don't remember if we went in this workroom or not. We're going to go in here again just in case. Room 29-049. 29-049. I don't think we went in here. I don't remember. Here we go. We're about to come inside the room. We notice on the outside there's a crack right here in the concrete before we step inside. This is the southeast corner. The south wall. There is, looking at the south wall, there's some minor cracking about a block from the southeast corner. If you look in, you can see the crack in the wall, starting about 5 or so blocks up. It stops and it starts again. That crack goes all the way up to the ceiling. This is on the left side or on the east side of that. Looking at the northwest corner, the door we just came through. This is the west wall. Again, that's the northwest corner on the west wall. Our north wall and the northeast corner. Okay. This is the last section of the recording. We are going to record the inside of the stairwell on the southwest corner of the building, building 29. Again, the lighting is not great, so we're going to look and carefully see what we see. I will notice at the very bottom here, the bottom where the sidewalk meets the first step, there's the separation. I'll get closer. Slight separation between the first step base and the flooring. It's a wide view of that. I'm going to stop and turn around. Just like on the other side there, there's a I guess you call it an expansion joint. You see it running top to bottom there? At the top of the expansion joint, right here, I'm facing south. This is the southwest corner. This is the southwest corner of the building. See there at the top of the expansion joint? It's cracked. All that's cracked. And that crack runs, it's a stair-step type crack. It runs up a little ways and stops. Probably just a few feet, couple of feet. We're continuing north, not north, up the steps. And there's just some really minor stuff. There's just minor separation crack here in the corner. This is the first level. There's some separation there. Some paint on the wall. Next to the handrail. I will note there's a dent. There's a dent in this in the handrail. You can see it right here. How it's bent right here. A better view of it this way. This is the handrail on the north side of the steps. A better view of this way. You can see again the shadow. You see how it's bent. And that's about it, folks. To the top of the stairwell, steps. And you can look down on the right-hand side, on the north side, you'll see that bend in the handrail again. Okay. Well, folks, this is Carrick Williams, Carrick Williams Photography. We're finishing up. It's been a long day. Everything's completed. It's been a pleasure working for you guys again. I appreciate the work. Our contact information will come on the screen right now if you need us again, and we'll see you for the next phase, which is phase 4. Take care.